Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching and or listening to this, I want to welcome you to the final episode of the Gaming Circle podcast live stream for 2022. Yes, that is a mouthful. I keep adding that to it because I want folks to know that we will definitely be back for 2023.
And we're not going to pull an OnTheReel on you.
Hey now, we have big things planned. And of course, the voice you hear before we get started is the man who always joins me, and I'm happy he does so for all of 2022. The man who has been sharpening his skills in the gauntlet of the Twitter spaces, Mr. Everborn Saga. How are you doing this morning, sir?
I'm doing great, but I haven't been in Twitter spaces in months. I didn't even know they shut it down the other day.
They shut it down, and then they brought it back. But we're going to get into that. We're going to get into a little bit of that. So
I was just about to ask, what's the story with that? But go ahead.
We're definitely going to get into that 100% because and welcome folks who've already joined us. As you know, this will be the final episode, the final live streamed episode of the year. And I figure, hey, if we're going to go out, we're going out with a bang. We're going to do a bit of tech drop stuff. We're going to do a little bit of OnTheReel stuff. We're going to talk a whole bunch of gaming stuff. I want to get into Twitter just for a little bit because we are Twitter people, so I definitely have to get into it. But before we do, let me reintroduce our returning champion, the man who has been on this show before. But if you haven't followed him, that means you don't know what you're doing. You should have been following him. If you have been following him, you know he's into doing some serious essays. He's into really introspective conversation, but all in the frame of gaming with that smooth, dulcet voice. Mr. TayeTalks is back with us. What's going on, good sir? How you doing today?
Hey man, I'm good. Thanks for bringing me on the show. The last one, actually, I feel a little bit honored.
Last one of the year, man. We had to close out with a bang. We bring in another returning champion. Why not?
I like to call Ty the Isaac Hayes of video game commentary.
Bro, that is a deep cut, and I see where you're coming from with that.
Appreciate that.
Now you know who Isaac is, right?
No, but as soon as you said the name, I was thinking it's someone good.
So Isaac Hayes, right, and this is for the olds in the room. Isaac Hayes has a lot of history, but for the youngins in the room, the best way I describe him for anybody who's of a certain age to remember is he was what's the dude from South Park? Come on, everybody.
Chef.
You know Chef, the voice of Chef from South Park, and he also happens to be the man who wrote the theme song to Shaft. You've heard Shaft before.
I've heard Shaft, definitely.
Yes, he wrote 100%. The theme song to Shaft. But anyway, yes, his voice, bro.
Who is the man? No, we're not going to do that today.
Thanks for that, Everborn.
That's right. Indeed. So yes, welcome everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I see Gerald Mack is in the spot. I see Live Supremacy's here. A bunch of people. Doovie, what's going on, baby? There's so many people in here already. We're going to get started. And of course, yeah, this is the last show of the year. So this time around, we're going to do it a little bit differently. We will be talking games, 100%. We'll be definitely talking games. But I want to hear, when we talk games and when we talk news, I want to hear, we'll recap a little bit of everything we've gone through this year. And I want to hear a bit of what you guys are excited for 2023, something new next year,
The answer to all those questions is Activision Blizzard.
We will also get into the Activision Blizzard block, but that will be towards the end of the show because I know some people are like, "Oh, another one." I want to hear what you think, Everborn, specifically about when we're going to see things. What dates is it going to be hot and heavy? Is it going to be later? But we'll get into that. First and foremost, let us start as we always do, but this will be a bit more in depth. But some games that we have been playing. Okay, now we can start, and start any way you want, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Ty. As you see on my screen right now, you're seeing a bit of High on Life. I will share a few other games I've been playing as we're going on. But, sir, what have you been playing? And don't just limit it to this week. What has been keeping you busy this year? Like, what is the game that if I asked you, you have way more time in than almost anything else, you would tell me?
So this year, gaming wise, hasn't been probably the best, right, for me anyway. I've been playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which my issue with that game is just, I think it's just, first of all, I think Ubisoft makes great games. I think I think they're just a few steps away from actually being a top tier developer when it comes to the Assassin's Creed games. The issue I have with Valhalla in particular is just the story is too bloated. So I'm 70 hours in, and I don't know
was
when the
200 hours in, and I don't even think I'm like 30% into the story. At some point, I just stepped away because, and
So-
to your point, go ahead.
Just
everyone.
about the Ubisoft where they're kind of taking the Assassin's Creed and how big those games are. To me, there's ways to do a big game, and I think we've seen that Elden Ring figured out a way to have like a huge game but still compact, where you have this excitement of exploration, and you didn't feel like it was too much, even though it was huge, right? And even when you get to the end of the game and you start watching some of the YouTube commentary, you even getting to the end of the game, you feel like you haven't scratched the surface. And I feel like when I play the Assassin's Creed game, and the latest one I've played is Valhalla. Now, I don't have as many hours as you guys. I have like 10 hours. But what I found is...
So in other words, 10 hours, that means you just like saw the opening credits.
Exactly. Right? But what I really found with Valhalla and some of the more recent Ubisoft games, they're telling an interesting story, but I don't feel engaged by the story. I don't have an emotional connection. And I feel like if you want to tell a story, you got to get the players emotionally invested on top of whatever gameplay you add to it. And, and then when I explore, I don't feel a sense of wonder because, Elden Ring does. And I don't want to compare it to Elden Ring. I'm just saying.
Oh, who's comparing it to
Elden Ring? No, I'm not comparing it to Elden Ring.
So,
I'm just saying.
So that you know, we have this thing on this show where we tend to compare everything to Elden Ring, and he gets on me every time I do.
But to be honest, I understand why you kind of. I mean, it's an open. It's an open world game, and I do agree with some of the things. Just first of all, Valhalla's story, I think it's just I don't enjoy it. I think it's very non-existent. I think Origins with Bayek was an amazing story. Like that was the game,
the best one.
Yeah, for me, like that's one of the best games ever. Like I actually love that game so much. The issue with Valhalla isn't even. First of all, the story is not as good. That's the first point. My main issue is, I love the fact that, like in these Ubisoft games, you can do many things. You could go play Orlog, you could go play racing games. They give you this open world for you to explore, which is great. So for the people who want to be there for 400 hours, 500 hours, there's things to do in these Ubisoft games. My issue is with the main story, I just want it to end. I'm not enjoying the story. And what you've done is you've just padded it with the same mission type structure.
It's like you want a beginning, middle, and an end, and that end just never comes. It just keeps going and going. And,
so it begins to feel like a chore, right?
Basically.
Exactly. It is a chore. Like some of the main story missions, I feel like they would have been good as optional side missions. And then I would have been like, yo, Ubisoft tells really good side stories. But they've just created a situation where it's like, okay, the story's 10 hours long, but we wanted you to play for 20 hours. So we're just going to add extra content. And that's just the issue.
But you know what? And I hear you on that. But since you are a lover of Ubisoft games like me, could it be that maybe you fell into the same trap I did? Now, let me explain what I mean by that. I played Origins, by far the best Assassin's Creed game, story-wise, RPG elements. It was, to me, perfection. Loved the way Egypt was represented. Bayek is the man. Team Bayek from Siwa all day, right? And then after that was done, it was great. I put 110 hours in it. I'm like, oh, I'm comfortable. This is awesome. This is great. And then as soon as I'm done with it, they went, hey, Odyssey. I'm like, oh, well, I guess Odyssey. Another 300 hours into that game, right? So, and of course, as soon as I was done with that, Valhalla showed up. And I'm like, well, I'm continuing the train. And then it let me down because the story was derivative. Once you play them side by side like that, you notice that like things they used to just give you in the old versions, they make you pay for in the new version. And by that, I mean like polymorph, in the older versions of the game, you find your armor set that you really dig. You find your skills that you really like. So even though you can upgrade, get new armor and whatnot, you can still make it look exactly how you want it to look. Polymorph, right? In the new version, they make you pay for that with microtransactions. Whereas in Odyssey and in Origins, it's free. It's just something you can do with internal credit.
So I think this analogy makes sense, right? When I think of kind of these overbloated games, and Ubisoft is not the only offender, right? A lot of people are doing this. It's actually more rare. It's more common that games feel bloated than they don't. But so if you're a music guy, right? So coming from the record, right, vinyl, and then going to cassettes, right? Albums would come out and they would be 8 to 10 tracks, and you had to cut out all the fluff because you only had 8 to 10 tracks that you could put on an album, and those 8 to 10 tracks were amazing. And then the 90s come around and CDs come about, and then now albums could fit 20 tracks, and people felt forced to add 20 tracks to an album, right?
Yeah, filler album.
And it kind of made the albums not as exciting, right? Because you have all this filler. And I feel like that's what's happening with a lot of these Ubisoft and other games recently. Like, with great power comes great responsibility. Just because you can make a game bigger doesn't
mean you necessarily should. Yeah. Absolutely.
I think maybe it's also this idea of like we're shifting to this engagement metric. How long can we keep you in the game? And if we keep you long enough in the game, and the game has microtransactions, at some point you might just want to spend $2 or $3 here and there. So I think I was reading up Ubisoft's annual report, and everything is just like, these are how many players are still playing this game. These are how many players are, buying the certain microtransactions in this game. So it's not really a sales thing anymore. It's just a matter of like, how long
what
can
taught
we
them
stay?
that? I think what taught them that? For Honor. For Honor came out and was a dud, and they were like, you know what? No Man's Sky did it. Let's try, and they were successfully able to turn that thing around. To this very day, it has even more players than it did at launch. It became that successful story. It became that No Man's Sky, hey, it was crap in the beginning, but now it keeps giving, right? And as Ubisoft does, and we've already just like provided that example, right? They do something magical with Origins, then they up the ante with Odyssey, and then they just go too damn far, right?
Yeah,
Which is exactly what they're doing now with the games themselves.
Funny thing is that even as a side point, like a few years ago when people would say Ubisoft makes the same type of games, I always point to For Honor and Siege. Like to make a game like For Honor, which is not a traditional fighting game, a game that actually takes like skill, and then to make Siege, which is not a traditional shooting game, you got to give them credit for that, to be honest.
They're thinking outside the box, that's for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it worked really well for them. Siege and For Honor are really good games.
Absolutely, yeah. I just wish that they would calibrate, like, sometimes too much of a good thing is bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would like what we just discussed here, right? I would think, even though by itself it's a decent game, I would say Valhalla is an unfortunate derivative of Origins and Odyssey. You should have stopped when you had the chance, right? And then you went a little too far, and now everything that you liked about Odyssey or Origins has been kind of corrupted in Valhalla, right? So I hope they go back to, we're gonna take another break for a little while and then come back to us. But actually,
did they ever release that update where it was like the gods, the Norse gods were?
I heard recently that they dropped their final Valhalla update, Valhalla DLC, and you know how they do. They like to keep that game like grinding for at least 3, 4, 5 years after its release. So I'm sure they've released all those extras as well. It's just I told you, after 300 hours, I just rolled off. I didn't even pay attention anymore. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna try it, but it did look interesting.
And they tend to be interesting. It's just there's so much of it that it drowns each other out. Like it just, as Ty was saying, it gets way too up its own, and before long, people just don't care. It starts smelling its own farts. Yes, it starts, and then nobody cares anymore. So
I do think things are changing a bit.
Oh wow, yes, I do see Umbra and Pixel in the chat. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome. I was talking to Umbra in the background. Mr. Pixel Bit G, I hope you're doing well. Oh, there's so many people in here. Cat Daddy Lurk is in here. Oh, it's great to have you guys here. 46 people in here. So just so you guys know, a quick aside, we are so close to our 1K subscriber goal. We are under 100 people at this point. So while this will be our final live show, you might see, your boy K might jump in and do a stream here and there. I might drop in some content before now and the end of the year. I want to hit that 1K so bad. And in doing so, I'm also going to sweeten the pot just a little bit. Before we head forward, let me actually spill some tea that I've been thinking about. So we are close to 1,000 subscribers. When we hit that 1,000 subscribers, I will be doing a giveaway. What I will be giving away will be actually pretty dang cool, but I'm not going to tell anybody what that is. And I will give that away at any time right when we hit that 1K. And I will do that on Twitter because most people will see it and probably tag me on Twitter. So that's where we'll do it. But in the meantime, in the in between time, in the short time here and there, I may drop one thing here and there for people to enjoy themselves on. Now, I have only a few of these, so I will say this before we get back to the great conversation. I'm dropping in the chat right now. This is for new subscribers only. So in other words, if you are an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate guy, you can't use this. But maybe I just put it in the chat. You can find your favorite PlayStation guy and say, hey man, even if you don't have an Xbox, 2 months Xbox Ultimate, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. They can play it on their phone, play it on browsers, wherever they want. 2 months free. There you go. Grab it, and whoever gets it, please let me know you got it. I appreciate y'all for being here. I'll be dropping a few more here and there. I have about 4 of them, but they're 2 months free Ultimate Game Pass. I hope y'all enjoy it and are able to give it to somebody. It's a good stocking stuff.
I would like to know who's listening to this show that isn't subscribed to Game Pass. That would be a good metric to understand.
You see, and that is the reason why I'm like, give it to your PlayStation friend who doesn't have Game Pass, because chances are there are you know more of them than you probably do of people who don't have Game Pass and are Xbox players. That's a rarity, I suspect. Right? So let's get further into it. Ty, any other games that have been keeping you busy as of late?
Horizon Forbidden West. I spoke to you about this a little bit. That game is terrible. I didn't really want to use that word because it has some good elements in it, but it's just like I played it. I think I put like maybe 70 hours or so into it, and but I think the gameplay is okay. Everything's fine, but I think the story falls apart. Like in so many ways.
Did you play the first one?
I did.
And you finished the first one.
I finished the first one, and for
so
me,
you came in knowing the characters, the second, and all of that.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
But you see, my issue is the lure of the first one was Aloy and this, the mystery behind like what's going on, where are these robotic dinosaurs coming from, and I think they nailed that, and Silence and Aloy together. I think the fact that she's quite naive, and then you have Silence who's quite like serious about these things. Like he's shocked that like why are you so focused on like who are your parents and all this kind of story when like you have all this technology around you. Like this is insane. I think they played off each other really well. The problem with the second one is like it doesn't really have that dynamic, and they introduce all these characters who are interesting or have a good foundation in their stories, and it just doesn't get fully realized. So, I mean, I won't go into spoilers, but like you have a couple of individuals who they kind of come in and they just leave. And then you have the villains in this game, and they're just terrible, horrible villains. The group as well, terrible. And I just, once the game finished, I was thinking, I can't believe I just wasted 70 hours on that game. Like, it's one of those games, like at least with Valhalla, I can be, okay, you know what? It's a bit interesting here and I'm having a good time. But with Horizon,
you hate this worse than Valhalla.
I despise this game, and I know that the hatred doesn't make sense because the gameplay is still good, but this is great, baby. This is awesome. This is what we're here for, baby. Come on, go for it. I think I'm so focused on the story, and all I can see is missed opportunities. So many missed opportunities. I'm thinking about the first encounter with one of the first villains you make, and I'm thinking that was great. There's so many options you could do with that story right there, and it just disappears, and then it comes back, and then it's resolved like that.
So let me ask you a question. I in the lead up to Forbidden West, I played Zero Dawn, and I got
homework.
Yeah, I tried to do my homework. I couldn't finish it because again, it's that thing where it felt like a chore. I got the sense in the first one that it rubbed me the wrong way, that it felt like they were borrowing from African culture, but mostly white people were there. And it said to me, well, what is the place for Black people in the future? Right. And the fact that they
right
were
here, quick pause. This right here is the reason why he is my co-host. Keep speaking on it, good sir. Come on now.
So it turned me off, and I'm wondering what does that mean? Now, I know there was a lot to do about the character models in part 2. I don't know if they've addressed that, but one, did you get the same sense in the first one? And do you feel like that was at least addressed or alleviated in the second one, which I haven't played yet?
To be honest, I didn't feel that. I didn't get that vibe in the first game.
Okay.
I just kind of took it for what it was. I wasn't looking at it in that from that analysis point of view, right? In the second game, what I will say is that and here's about Forbidden West in general. I feel like it's a game where there's no distinction between black, white, big, small, slim. Like everybody's just kind of there, and everyone just kind of speaks. So I mean that's more or less the vibe I got from Forbidden West. You know, like you have these tribes, right, and they look distinct from other tribes. But in that tribe, there's white, black people there's big people, there's thin people. So it almost feels like they made a game where like no colors, no diversity kind of game. And when I say no diversity, I mean like no cultural perspective. Just everyone's the exact same.
I hear you, Ty, and I think both of you are right. I have a feeling, and just so we all know where we're each coming to this, right? Everborn hasn't played it. Ty finished the first one, hates the second one. I finished the first one. I have 350 hours into the second one. Okay, now, and I love that you hate it, huh?
Like, I mean, the side missions, right? I mean, because
it's not the side missions. My daughter loves the huge turtles, so it was her mission for us, and she sits on my knee. You know, we go into the world, we explore, we get as much stuff as we can. We swole up our experience points, and then we go take on big monsters. That's literally all we did in this game. The story, like you're saying, that's why I have no issue with what you're saying, because the story is okay. I liked the first one, so I remember the second one, but I didn't like the changes to the characters that they made. She's a little annoying, the second one. She's a little too confident, a little too bold, and there's some parts
She's
of the story
very irritating. Like I hated the initial actions, like the way she talks to people.
Exactly.
Well,
there were some changes.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question about that. Again, I've only played the first one, and I'm a good ways into the first one. In the first one, they kind of treated her like crap. So the idea that how is she talking to people?
So
I would imagine she wouldn't have any love for them. Because
in the first one, she had
her whole life.
Yeah, in the first one, she was a complete outcast, right? And she was basically made to feel small because, right? And of course, throughout the first story, she eventually learns that they're a bunch of morons who don't know what's going on, and technology is technology, and it has nothing to do with worshiping things, right? So she becomes the one-eyed man in this world, and so in the second one, it's almost like she's built up a lot of resentment towards the land,
as she should,
but that makes for really annoying dialogue, and it makes for really annoying interactions with people, because she always just wants to tell you to go F yourself. Like,
but I feel like I would do the same, right?
Sure, it makes sense, but from a gaming perspective, it gets a little bit grating after a while.
I'll interject real quick and says, I think so. For me, the first one, I understand why she hates everyone, right? But the issue is there's certain people in the first one that she gets close enough to, so she's cool with them. Yeah. Now, when she meets them in the second one, she's kind of pushy towards them. Like she kind of like she kind of like takes shots at some of them, right? And that's why I don't like. So, for example,
it's all of a sudden, it's almost like she all of a sudden went to the gym and got swole, and now she wants to be big and bad. When in the first one, she was kind of
like, I saw her like when she made one of the comments, I was like, "Ain't that your homie from the first game, though? Like, weren't you cool with him? Like, why are you taking a shot at him? Like, I understand if you want to take a shot at other people, but not him." So that kind of rubbed me off the wrong way. And I think the issue here is she has a kind of superiority complex where she feels like she's the one, like, I'm the only one who can save the world. And I get the story. They're trying to make it seem like, she has this burden on her shoulder. She's the one who can do it. And then as time goes on, she realizes the power of friendship can help and all this kind of stuff. I think the problem is execution. It wasn't executed well. Okay. I get the story, it just wasn't executed well.
You're saying the issue is when you have the main thing about a protagonist whatever they do, even if they're an anti-hero, even if they're a villain like Walter White or Tony Soprano, they have to be likable. And you're saying she's not likable. It sounds
she gets better. She gets better, but overall, she's not. Like,
over time, she gets better. I agree with that.
Yeah, she gets better overall. But I just kind of felt like there was no need to kind of force it down. There was no need to kind of make her think like this. They could have done it in a better way, and I think that's just the issue with Horizon. The characters are not likable. You have some side characters.
I don't disagree with you. I don't.
Some side characters,
even though I'm so many hours in, I don't disagree with you at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, you're right. You're right on that. But again, 300 hours in, and me and my daughter love that thing because you find the biggest, scariest monster and go, I'm gonna take them down. The snake, the turtle, all those things, and you go in there and you can really do. It's the moment-to-moment gameplay is very fun and it's enjoyable, and the graphics are like absolutely next level, beautiful looking, right? But
I played on base PlayStation 4, and I was actually shocked.
See, even there, how good it was, right?
Yeah, I was blown away.
On PS5, it is mag-freaking-nificent. It's just insane. But I will not discount any criticism you have of it because I can see how that can get grating, right?
I'll say one point
probably, yeah, please go ahead.
I'll say one point, like, not to like go into spoiler territory, but like there's a particular character she meets, a character called Beta. And the thing about this, I like the story around this situation. I think it's very interesting, and I think it asks you very important questions. And I think it's also resolved.
It takes a very interesting left. Yes,
exactly. And I think the issue is there isn't enough of those questions. There isn't enough of this kind of stories.
And
every other
story
is just
too quickly. They button it up too. When you brought that out, I was like, "Yo, this might go somewhere," and then it went away.
Exactly. I love the conversations that they had about this topic, and I was genuinely like, okay, I'm kind of on Beta's side. I kind of get where she's coming from. I get where Ella is coming from, but then at some point, I'm like, okay, why aren't the other stories as interesting as this?
Yeah,
and that was
so for those who haven't watched it, who haven't played it, and there'll be no spoilers, but it's literally kind of like how Star Wars kind of alienated people, where first it was like she's the only one that can handle it, and then you find out that she's just like she's not what she thought she was, and she's just a derivative, a pawn in this game, as it were. Very interesting juxtaposition, and then they just go, okay, yeah, move on.
Isn't that like the Matrix though?
Kind of. It's on that level of, hey, you're so important in this world, you're the only one that matters. Oh, but are you? You're actually just another pawn in this game that you didn't know all this time. It was a very interesting off-ramp that they just kind of left the thread hanging and just kept moving. But I do hear you. No more slander for Forbidden West, because I think it was slandered enough at the Game Awards. It didn't win anything. Any other thing you want to bring up before we move on, Ty? Any other games at all?
This year that you want to make mention? To be honest, I've been playing a lot of FIFA.
Nice.
FIFA and just playing online, random people. I will be playing.
What
Smash
do you
Bros.
think of what will happen to FIFA once EA loses its contract? How do you
I
feel
think
about
they need to go on a heavy advertising campaign to kind of let people know that we are the guys who made FIFA, and this is gonna. Are you
gonna move to like to Konami's? I forget the name of Konami's version.
No. EA is gonna make EAFA, which is basically it's just gonna be FIFA, basically.
FIFA without the official license.
Yeah, and I think they need to push let people know, the casual audience, and they're like, yeah, listen, we made FIFA, we're just switching names, and whoever who picks up the FIFA license, they got a lot of big shoes to fill. I think like initially what will happen is people will get confused and they'll probably buy FIFA thinking it's the original EA makers, and then they'll notice it's different graphics, different kind of system, and they probably won't like that, or maybe they will like it. I'm not too sure.
So are you saying, and I haven't been following this too clearly, but are you saying that FIFA will then give that license to a different developer?
Yeah, that's what they have to do. If EA is not going to take it on, then they might maybe.
Yeah, presumably, yeah. Have they announced that they'll do that, or it's just something that we know they will because they're losing money if they don't? Right?
Oh yeah, they will do it. In terms of who will develop it, I'm sure they're looking around. You never know. They might actually make a deal with EA. It might just be a bluff, right? And they might actually work something out. But I think for EA, it makes perfect sense for them to go separate ways. It's just too much money that FIFA is demanding at this point. So I mean, if 2K picks it up, that could be something.
I'd like a world where EA, couldn't rest on the FIFA money, so they're forced to find new ways to innovate and maybe get back to making some single player games or or something else.
So you're talking like parallels to the ABK deal. Maybe if COD ain't
I
available, maybe they have to...
I didn't say one word about the
I know you
ABK
didn't,
deal,
but you basically spelled it out without saying a damn
not
word.
even on me, Ricky Bobby. I'm just saying maybe it's a good thing if
Yes, I agree.
EA loses that.
Absolutely, I agree. I do agree.
I mean, I think there's a good point there, but man, Ultimate Team. Do you know how much money that game makes? Like, you know, FIFA isn't like, you know, playing online. Like the FIFA game itself is not even what makes the money. It's that ultimate microtransactions game. I remember like this was years ago now. I was talking to my cousin. And I said, "Do you want to play FIFA?" And he's talking about Ultimate Team, and I was thinking, "What the hell is an Ultimate Team?" And then I started to realize like that's what everyone's playing. That's what the young kids are playing now.
Everyone's playing that.
And I asked him about like, you know, okay, what's it about? And he told me like, okay, you can buy stuff or whatever. And as soon as he said that, like I asked him, how much did you spend? And he just wouldn't let me know. And at that point I knew that like, yeah, it was hundreds. So
then you know it's over. It's a wrap. It's
Ultimate Team isn't going away. Like EA is definitely gonna dip into EA FIFA, whatever they want to call it.
Okay. Hey, what's going on? I see Mr. Joanna Dark is in here as well. Good morning, sir. And Mr. John Wolf, he says, John Wolf says, where's the FTC when EA signed that NFL exclusive contract? NFL 2K5 was the GOAT and it was only $20. Actually, that is a point to be made, right? They undercut their competitor at the time, right? There was a $20 offering and they basically made them stop it in order to steal the contract, and EA took it over. I wouldn't say that reached a certain threshold, but that complaint is absolutely valid. And they let that thing slide. So, you know, but I think this was a different time. At that point, nobody was paying attention. So people get away with things that they might not be able to get away with now. Splendiferous, what's going on, brother? I see you in the chat. I also saw Mr. Lucius Augustus. Thank you for being here. When I dropped my 2-month Game Pass Ultimate code, he also dropped a 2-month Game Pass Ultimate code for new users. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And of course, we have Doovie being slanderous in here, saying that I inadvertently called this an Xbox podcast. Okay, sir. Sure. It is an Xbox podcast, but I also like PlayStation. And we're also going to talk a little VR and hell, some tech as well. So yes, all are welcome here. But yes, please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. We are slow marching to our 1,000 subscribers. We are under 1,000 subscribers, people. I think we're in like 800 some odd territory or whatever. We can do it before the end of this year.
Wait a minute. Before we get to the subscribers, how many people are watching right now?
Right now we have 65 individuals.
How many likes do we have?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I don't pay attention to
I need you to check this. How many likes do we have right now?
How many likes do we have?
I think it's 6.
We have 6 likes. Are you serious?
Okay.
That's terrible, man.
There's some people in here that are not doing their jobs.
Sorry, no, it's 66. My bad.
Oh, 66.
Okay, all right, cool.
Okay.
Sorry, no, it's 40. It's wrong with my phone. It's 41.
Okay, 40. Okay. So there's 27 people in here that haven't done their job.
They haven't done their job. Y'all need to get on the ball, man. Y'all need to get on the ball. Absolutely. Thank you. So, Mr. Everborn Saga, how about you? What games have been keeping you busy this year? I know Elden Ring took your life for the beginning of the year.
Yeah, man.
You were Elden Lord for a while. What's going down?
I mean, Elden Ring is still my game of the year, but like honorary mention, just second favorite game of the year, Sonic Frontiers. I'm a Sonic stan, right? I don't deny that. I'm a Sonic apologist. However, I don't have a problem saying when a Sonic game is not good, right? I've said so many times. This game really surprised me, and it really set a new foundation for what a Sonic game can be in terms of expectations, right? Like it's like you get your boost levels, right, which is the Sonic Adventure style levels, but then you also get this new open world play style that is all about sort of traversal and finding the next rail to grind. That really reminds me of Jet Set Radio, but in an open space.
Good call.
And then you add, like, I'm not going to say it's as complex as Devil May Cry because, it's a Sonic game. But the point is, you add the combat there and you add that skills tree and putting all that together, and then you have these really inventive boss battles. And that's super important because so many games today, even the top tier games, will reuse boss battles over and over. And I feel like the boss battles here are so different from each other. And each of them, you have to beat them in a different way, and there's a new gimmick to beat them. And that's before you get to the mega boss levels, which are the supersonic levels. Because this is how it works, right? You have 5 islands, and each island, except for one of them, the whole goal is to find the 7 Chaos Emeralds to so that you can transform the supersonic and then beat the Titan on that level, right? That's your loop, right? So you have to do the cyberspace levels, which are the traditional Sonic boost style levels, Sonic generation style, because some of them are side scrolling, some of them are running forward. So you have to do those in order to unlock enough keys so that you can unlock the different towers that have the Chaos Emeralds. And so that's your loop, and it just works. You never find yourself bored. Like you I don't know, man. Just it's coming from Sonic jumping on people's heads and doing homing attacks. This is just such a different thing. And like, I applaud any game developer who's going to sort of think outside of the box in terms of a franchise that is coming back and completely change the play style. And I think they pulled it off here.
Two things about Sonic real quick. Thing number one.
And that's before I get to the music. Which
we'll get there. There's still a lot to talk about Sonic. But thing number one, for those who don't know, quick PSA. If you want to try Sonic Frontiers and don't want to buy it, it is now available in demo form in the Japanese eShop if you have a Switch. So switch your region to Japanese and you get a free demo of Sonic Frontiers. So check
I didn't know that.
If you haven't. Yeah. Hey, pro tip, right?
I thought you were going to talk about something else.
Thing number 2, which is what I'm going to talk about. Since, and Ty, I will let you weigh in on this first because Everborn Saga is in pocket. He's corrupted, I will say. I will let you weigh in on this first. Since 4 days ago, we got a report from Gamatsu that Sonic Frontier sales topped 2.5 million 4 days ago.
Which is fantastic for a Sonic
game. Which is fantastic, which is the best-selling Sonic game ever. We're not denying that. And let the record show, there's a lot of Sonic and Frontiers being played in my household as well. I will agree that it's one of the best Sonic games ever made. No doubt. No doubt. I think they've done a great job here. There's still some
Imagine if the performance was there. Like,
I've actually fixed the performance on my PC. You can go into DLLs and set the pop in to be much further along, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. So on that note, on that front, we're in alignment.
I mean, there's still.
But here's where I'm going.
Like that.
Here's where I'm going though.
But yes.
2 days ago, Sonic was announced to have sold 2.5 million copies. 2 days ago, right? 3 weeks ago, Ragnarok was announced to have sold 5.1 million.
What they didn't tell you is that Ragnarok was included in PS5 consoles.
I'm going to mute this man now. Okay. So Ty, can I have this man's knees now? Because our deadline is December 25th, and it's December 17th. Wait a minute.
Right is it December 25th yet?
Whoa. I'm not talking to you, good sir.
Okay.
I am talking to our esteemed guest. We have a bet that by December 25th, by my birthday, Ragnarok will have outsold Sonic. Now, ultimately, will Sonic win? I'm pretty confident Sonic will win. But my threshold was my birthday, which is less than like 10 days away now. It will not outsell Ragnarok. 3 weeks ago, whatever context it is, they bundled it into the console, true. Yeah, Sonic dropped the price immediately because they saw it wasn't selling, also true. All that context aside, sales right now, and one thing that Everborn Saga, and shout out to 108 Dragons, he was on the show, he also made mention, there is never going to be a way for us to definitively get the numbers side by side. That's just never going to happen. right? So we're just going to have to deal with what we have. And what we have is that 2 days ago, Gamatsu announced 2.1 million 2.5 million in sales. Wonderful number, right? But 3 weeks ago, Engadget reported 5.1 million copies sold of Ragnarok. Now, with those numbers in mind, and our threshold being to the 25th, has Everborn Saga lost this bet?
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Thank you,
sir.
Sir.
To be honest, I never felt Sonic was gonna do the numbers over God of War, because I mean God of War is coming off the back of 20 million sales. Like, it just wasn't gonna happen. I do think in the long run, Sonic is gonna pick up steam. For example, I know I'm gonna buy Sonic maybe in a couple of years or something like that. So, like, you know, so my sale will be added to that list. But as good as Sonic is, you know, you can't sell a game that has sold 20 million copies plus and then look at Sonic and say he's gonna overtake it. I don't think it works like that.
Well,
like,
so
you know, go ahead.
Here's just one little caveat, and I want to talk about a number, and that number is 1.5 billion, right?
That's the total sales of Sonic.
That, well, not sales. It includes downloads, which Sonic has a lot of mobile games where they sell you some of the old school stuff, and then they have endless runners and things like that.
See, now Ty, he will now try and tell you that Sonic has the history and the capability to overshadow Ragnarok, and he's right, but it didn't. It's still the point.
Okay,
go ahead, Everborn. I want to hear this argument. I want to see
so here's the thing: traditional boxed console sales. Sonic has sold over 150 million copies in its 30-year lifespan.
We're not talking about 30 years.
Frontiers. No, fantastic. I'm just saying. So we can ignore the 1.5 billion, right? Because I hear a lot of people say, well, look at all the sales that Ragnarok has done in its almost, 15 years on the market. It's done 50.
Ragnarok?
No.
You mean
God of War? God of War. Okay, they're just talking about it as an IP. So as an IP, God of War has sold. This is before Ragnarok came out. It sold 50 million units across the entire franchise, right? Of 15 years, right? Sonic has sold 150 million units through 30 years.
But you see, he's still talking about history. He's not contending with what John Wolf is saying right now.
Argument.
Boom and Everborn got that Jim Ryan bend the knee special. I'm saying.
No. Sorry. You're not hearing me. I'm saying when we use the historical context of God of War, I don't think that is an indicator that Ragnarok will outsell it. Because if we're using the historical data, Sonic has sold more.
Sure, right? No doubt.
I think the issue there is with Sonic is that, like, so these Sonic games comes out, but the problem is they're not seen as quality games, right? So I think it kind of hurts Sonic's prestige a little bit. So when the next one comes out, maybe it doesn't do as well. Whereas Ragnarok is coming off the back of a very good game. So think about Mario, for example, right? Like, the next Mario game comes out, I'm probably just gonna buy it because I understand Nintendo gives me that quality kind of game anyway, regardless of the reviews, right? Now, if Mario shows a consistent 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, maybe I buy the first two, but then the third one I'm holding back a little bit. So I think I get what you're trying to say overall, but I think the fact that, like, it's just God of War, people will buy. Like, I have a couple of friends and they're casuals. They don't really care about this all the game news or all that kind of stuff. But one thing is, they don't need to look at reviews to buy God of War Ragnarok. They're just gonna pick it up because
John Wolf
they God of War to
the
old one,
man.
right?
He's getting grimy in that chat.
Whereas with Sonic, I feel like they might need to look at reviews. They might need to think about it a little bit more. It's supposed to be a good game, because I bought the last two and it was kind of crappy. So I think that's really the issue there with Sonic.
And that was my issue coming into this bet, because like Everborn is saying, he's right. If you look at historical evidence, they have more than enough to justify, Sonic will run roughshod on almost any franchise because they have that history, short of maybe Mario, right? Because Sonic and Mario have been going neck and neck. But to your point,
well, if we're talking about
had so many
Mario's not
sure. In general, I'm not talking about specific. I'm not specifically talking about box sales versus digital sales. I'm just talking about in general, right? It's true that Sonic has the wind at his back, but the problem, which led me to be on this side of the argument, was they have had a lot of outings that people have criticized. versus Ragnarok, God of War, which has not had many outings that people criticize. Even the old school version of them, there's a contingent of people who love that OG, misogynistic, raping, killing, pillaging Kratos, right? And then there's a new school of folks who love the dad simulator boy Kratos. There has not been, oh, I hate this versus, you know what I'm saying? Some people like one versus the other, but by and large, it sells. So because of your analysis there, Ty, that's exactly why I thought the same thing. People will buy Ragnarok sight unseen because it's God of War. But because Sonic has so many pluses and failures in the mix, they're going to want more information before they jump in. Although where Everborn Saga had a point was, hey, we're talking kids. We're talking, Ragnarok is for adults and adults only, right? Sonic is for everyone. Little people, big people. My kids play it all the time. They don't watch reviews and whatnot. They just want Sonic, right? But that's why I think ultimately, when it's all said and done, when people stop buying Frontiers, eventually it will outsell the others because it just will. Like, people will still want Sonic next year and the year after, you know what I'm saying? Whereas as soon as you're done playing Ragnarok, you want the next story. You're not playing Ragnarok anymore. Sonic will just keep living. I do agree with that. Yeah, but for December 25th, though,
it was December 31st, but that's fine.
No, we said December 25th, my birthday.
In any event,
are mine, good sir.
In any event, it is not the 25th yet, even though we said the 31st. But
oh, come on now.
It's not the 25th yet. You don't know what could happen on New Year's Eve. I think we should move on. The point is, you're not getting the knees.
Listen to this guy. Not getting the knees. He doesn't want to admit defeat, so we need to move on.
But you know what I'll say? Yeah, I think overall it's actually just a huge win for Sonic because I think we expect Ragnarok to do good. We expect it to be amazing, right? Sonic had doubters, and I think this game has, for me personally, I've seen the gameplay, and I'm more excited for the sequel because, like, obviously they have a great foundation now. Like how do you build off that, right?
Exactly.
So when a new Sonic game comes out in 3 years, I'm expecting like big things. Whereas if God of War,
to take what they have now and keep it moving, right?
Whereas if a new God of War game comes out, like I more or less know what to expect. So I think it's a huge win for the Sonic guys.
So before we move on from Sonic, right? We have a special guest in the house that he is Sonic apologist number 2 next to Everborn Saga, but he also tends to be like the CMA and deals with things on its merit rather than ideologue. So we'll see where he falls on here. Ladies and gentlemen, the slanderous one in the chat, Mr. John Wolf. What's
going on, people?
Here we go.
What's going on, Everborn? Hey,
how you doing,
Boom, bro? You guys got the Jim Ryan special, man. He bundled it in. He knew that this deal was going on, and he said, hey, listen, only 20% of PS5 owners are going to buy this game, right? So I got to figure out a way to bundle this thing and get some consoles out there. You got the Jim Ryan special. You and Boom, Everborn.
Let's see.
So even Sonic apologist number 2 stands with your boy. It is.
You guys should have done lifetime sales. I know that was going to take a little bit too long.
We said the 31st, and now we're cutting it back.
No, we didn't. We said my birthday. I have receipts. I have digital online receipts, which I need
receipts, but that's besides the point. Let me talk about the rest of the games I've been playing.
Go ahead, please. See, he wants to move on real quick because otherwise he needs to get on cam and get on his knees. But that's neither here nor there, sir. Move forward.
You brought the date back to the 25th, and now you don't even want to go to the 25th. That's all I'm saying.
I think you already lost, so just keep it moving. But okay.
So anyway. Here's the thing. Another game which I happen to be playing right now, I'm on chapter 11, which is a standout this year, is Plague Tale Requiem.
Oh yes, speak on it. I know you've been loving that. Go ahead. Yeah,
this game, again, it is not. You can still tell it was made by a smaller team, but it is just better in every way than the first one. Just every way possible. The story is more concise. The acting is super high tier.
So Everborn, I don't mean to cut you, but Victor Alistine, shout out to you, good sir. He posts a very interesting question in the chat, which I think you should think about. What if Sonic is announced for Game Pass now?
I mean, is that going to be far different from Ragnarok being included with PlayStations?
Well, it's not in PlayStation Plus.
No, but it's included with the PlayStation, right? So you're actually buying a PlayStation, but getting Ragnarok, and we're somehow counting that as a sale.
Tale. All right, continue.
I'm just
Plague
saying.
Tale. Go ahead. Plague Tale. He's just not going to give this up, even though we all
I don't
see
know
his
why
memes all
anybody
over the
thought
place
I was
right
going to give this up. But anyway,
now. You
so the thing is, Plague Tale
know.
I would like someone who has played both Plague Tale Requiem and God of War Ragnarok to objectively tell me where the acting performance was better. But how far have you gotten into Plague Tale? Because Plague Tale, some things happen and characters change.
Sure. Plague Tale, I'm a few hours in, and Ragnarok as well. I think I'm about 2-3 hours on both of them, and I will tell you it's neck and neck for me right now.
Okay,
which is like top tier, absolute credit to Plague Tale, because as you know, Ragnarok is like masterclass stuff. Everyone gave it a 10 out of 10. And here's Plague Tale, a second outing with flight sim money, shooting it shot really high. So I think that's a big win for Plague Tale.
Yeah, but the production value is one thing. I'm specifically talking about the acting performance.
Acting, yes, acting performance. Because the first Plague Tale, even though the acting was top tier there, I still think that animation was a little stilted, so it didn't really make it. Like, it didn't connect as well as I think it should have. So the acting was there, the dialogue was there, but the character models moved a little stiff. And now I feel like they're a little looser, so it makes the animation and it makes the emotional scenes hit better, I think. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel.
So if you've played the first one, because I'm like right at the ending of Requiem. If you've played the first one, like that world is their children that are, that have been sheltered because they kind of were royalty, and then they had to live on the road and see the harsh realities of the world in the middle of a plague. That's basically the premise of the first one. Now, in Requiem, it's these kids, specifically Amicia, who has been hardened by the world, and we're not sure if she's taken the wrong lessons, right? There almost appears to be like this bloodlust because she's tired of it, right? Like the world has darkened her. And seeing that, and then the decisions that have to be made, and then her being forced to become an adult, and which puts her at odds with the adults in her life, it's really like high level storytelling that you do not see a lot of in games. And I'm like, every time I'm playing it, I'm just like, I'm excited for what's happening now. Again, the game is a little bit of a walking simulator. Like, if we're gonna be completely honest,
walk, stealth, walk, hit a person with a rock.
But they've given you a lot more tools so that you feel more agency. Because that was my biggest complaint about the first one, is that there were so many canned animations. I didn't feel like I could get away from people, and this is still a little bit like that. And I kind of wish she would just like pick up a sword. And in the end, she kind of does, but you can tell that she's never practiced with a sword.
Spoilers.
Yeah. Anyway, but the point is, it's one of the better stories that I have experienced this year, and that goes for film, television, and gaming. And if you have not checked it out, please do yourself a favor. I would even you kind of need to play the first one, but
you can get a summation of the first one, but it would help if you played the first one, and it actually also shows you how far they've come if you play the first one, because that bar is great, and then they exceeded in every way possible in the second one.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, Everborn, is that basically that game being on the Game of the Year panel, for Game of the Year was warranted. Where like a game like Stray, you kind of scratch your head and you're like, okay.
By the way, did you play Stray, John?
I did.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
I liked Stray. Game of the Year worthy? I don't know, but I did like Stray.
Yeah.
What would you have replaced Stray with?
A lot of people said Cult of the Lamb.
Yes. 100%. 100,000%. Cult of the Lamb should have been there. I would have
I think
replaced
that's
Stray
the
with
one.
Cult of the Lamb, 100%, and that could have won, right?
But I'm
And
only
even
saying that because I've played Cult of the Lamb on the Steam Deck, and I
Mhm.
haven't played it. I haven't played Stray, so you can't.
And
really
and
listen to me.
as the man Pixelbit G also points out, which I was also just about to point out, the greatest game that many have played in many years, freaking Vampire Survivors. That should have also been in that conversation. 100%.
So
I'm not saying it should have won, but it should have been in the conversation because it's
Do you
a
think there's like
gaming award.
Do you think there's a difference between like for example, like when it comes to Game of the Year awards, like the games that should be there are games that could actually win? Because I don't think Vampire Survivors would ever win.
I mean,
yeah, but do
in
you
an
think
ideal
Stray
world,
stood a chance in hell?
Do you
but see,
think?
that's the thing.
I guess the question is, do you think Stray has a better chance of winning than Vampire Survivors?
Oh,
I think
hell yeah.
Stray
I thought
probably does.
I thought
Hell
they were
yeah.
gonna give it to Stray because they didn't want to choose over Elden Ring and God of War. So I thought
Yeah,
that
but
was a
you-
possibility.
Oh, that would have been
So
insane.
as
that
Pixelbit
would
says-
never have passed.
As Pixelbit says, this is the Game Awards, video games, not production awards, right? Like,
Yeah.
I hear you that there's no world in this scenario where Vampire Survivors would have won, but that's because their metric of awarding those things are not correct. They're not. They call it the Game Awards, but they focus on everything film, and the gaming aspect of it is secondary, right? If you're a Game Awards and you're focused on gaming and the moment-to-moment gaming, then Vampire Survivor deserves to be in that conversation. And so does Cult of the Lamb, because their gaming is next level interesting. That's what you're there for, the Game Awards, not the Oscar
So what
movie-like awards.
what made Stray? And I'm saying this, I haven't played it, so this is actually a
I played it.
genuine
I think it's
question.
great.
What makes it stand out this year? What makes it special?
It makes it special because what makes it special is the atmosphere. It's very atmospheric, right? It's very mysterious, very atmospheric. The quality of the graphics is top tier. It's almost cyberpunky, right? You have little robots, like it's juxtaposed with old school world, right? Normal streets, but instead of humans, you have little robots there, and they all have different. It is a very great world building. Unfortunately, what they did with it ultimately fell flat for me. It was kind of like the world building started at an 8 for me, and then the gameplay and all that ended up 7.5, right? It could have gone further. Maybe they should have picked a different protagonist instead of a cat. I don't know. You could have done a lot in that world.
Yeah,
It's
Team
very-
Dog all day.
Dog.
It's similar to like a game like High on Life that Keasante's playing right now. The world, just the gameplay elements. It's just a fun game, and it's just from a gaming aspect. It's fun. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a bad game, but for it to be nominated, I was kind of scratching my head, and I was like, I think that these guys are gonna try to pull something here where they're gonna give it to Stray or to another game because they don't want to choose between God of War and Elden Ring. But I'm glad I was wrong on that.
So what I will say though, because you mentioned that the gameplay I'm playing right now, I think had this game come out earlier, had this game come out earlier and it wasn't just on Xbox, it may have gotten like that Game of the Year conversation as well.
Hold
That's
on.
not to say, let me be clear. Let me be clear. You haven't played this game, so let me.
So I have, sir.
Oh, you
I
have?
played it for
Okay,
like
okay.
2 hours last night.
Have you? Awesome. Good. It's not to say, let me be clear. It's not to
Hold
say,
up.
it's not to say that the game rises to that level every year, but this year where Stray was involved, this could have gotten involved as well because Stray is not as good as this. Even
prefer
without
this.
the comedy. Even
I
without the
think that-
comedy, this is a competent shooter. Very competent. It gives Ratchet and Clank graphics a run for its money.
See-
It's quite good.
See, this is where we're going.
Okay.
Fell
go
off the
ahead.
rails here.
No, please.
Here's the thing,
This is going to be
right?
off the rails. The show.
I
Please go for it.
I think that, and again, I don't even have the knife yet, so I haven't been
Sure.
playing it that long.
Okay.
Right?
It's a great game. Like
I-
it's really, really good.
No. Well, the world
Uh-huh.
and the writing and the premise, that's all great.
What
As
don't you
a
like about it?
shooter, the shooting
It's-
mechanics
The shooting is
are not
excellent.
Hey,
Bro,
Call of
I don't know
Duty,
what
watch
you're
out.
talking about.
Watch
I
out,
don't
Call
know
of
what-
Duty. No,
I
just
don't know what
kidding.
you're talking
No,
about.
no.
Like playing games like this, I always come in here expecting lackluster gameplay,
Which is
but you're
what you
there for the
got.
comedy.
That's what you got.
No, I disagree. I completely disagree. And I've heard many reviews who agree with me. And what makes the reviews for this game polarizing is you have to like that brand of comedy. If you don't, you're gonna hate this game, right?
No. I love the brand of comedy.
No. I'm saying
playing.
what I'm saying is that is the backdrop for the reviews, right? It's not the mechanics of the game. It's not the graphics of the game. Every time I've read, and I've read a bunch of the reviews here because I wondered why it's so polarizing. Every time I've read a bad review like this is a terrible game, it's specifically about the comedy and the writing.
Yeah,
nobody has pointed out like, oh, it's not really that good a game. If this wasn't a comedy, in my opinion, it's still a very now. It's like a competent like OG Xbox One shooter, not like OG. I'm talking like it's not Call of Duty. Right, but if this was a game that you play like that had a serious premise, right? Graphics is not so goofy or whatever. It's still the moment-to-moment shooting. The AI is freaking aggressive. They will not give you any quarter.
It's in the same
the shooting
vein
is really good.
It's in the same vein as You remember Stranger's Wrath back in the. It's in the same vein.
Munch's Odyssey, Stranger's Wrath. Yep. Perfect analogy. Yes.
So what I'm saying, first of all, with the reviews make no sense for this, and we shouldn't give the reviews any weight because wait a minute,
the reviews are specifically about the comedy.
Hold on, there's literally 12 reviews, right? There, you don't have a large enough sample size to say that those reviews matter in any sort of decision-making way, which is strange to me. No, I understand
about the number, just the content of it.
But I think that's the point right now, right? Mm-hmm. There are only 12 reviews, right? So first of all, why did only 12 people review this game, right? It's not like they couldn't get it on Game Pass.
Yeah,
and I think that speaks to, what the review body, right? The people reviewing these games, I think it speaks to where they prefer to play things, right? Because I think if this was on PlayStation, I think it would have had 50 reviews, 90 reviews. And then it would have.
And this is why I'm saying in the year where Stray got to Game of the Year conversation, had this been a multi-plat, right? More people would have played it. And as you know, Justin Roiland his brand of humor is beloved. It is beloved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the crown, the South Park crown that he has. We know it. He's taken that South Park crown. They're still out there, but he's out there.
This is a type of game. And I'm sorry to cut you off, Airborne.
Please.
This is a type of game that back late PS3, early PS4 days, people would have been asking, why isn't this game on Xbox? Mm-hmm. This type of game would have been found on only the PlayStation brand. So I think it's huge that and it just goes to show you where we are today with Game Pass and the ability to introduce smaller games like this to a wider audience. Now, to Everborn's credit, why? Game? I mean,
it's kind of Ninja Theory. It's kind of Ninja Theory, AA, but pushing higher than it should, kind of thing. You can see this and compare it to Ratchet and Clank, and people won't complain, and that's a big comparison, huge comparison compared to Ratchet and Clank. But it does compare.
Do you not compare the lack of reviews to advertising? Because I didn't really hear about this game.
This dropped. It dropped. Absolutely. Yep. That's also a thing.
And I know Microsoft's trying to be quiet on all with the Activision thing, but I feel like this should have been advertised.
Yeah, this was a victim of it. Absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
It's a shame.
Okay, that brings up a very interesting point that I wanted to talk about. What does the world of video game advertising look like in a post Game Pass world? And let me explain that question because Kate, you know where I'm going with this because I talked to you about this yesterday.
Yep.
So one of the bigger complaints that people have with Netflix is that they really don't advertise their stuff. And then you have to go in and find, what the great thing is. And there'll be a show that was out for months and you just found out about it because they don't really advertise, not in the traditional advertising sense that we get from films, right? And we say that they're terrible at it, but, a large part of production budgets I know they're separate things, but a large part of spend on any project traditionally is advertising, right? And we see with Netflix, people complain about their advertising. However, after all that complaining, we say they didn't advertise this thing, and then they publish numbers and they say how many millions of people watch this thing. And you're like, how did that happen? I didn't even know it was a thing. So the reason Netflix doesn't follow the traditional advertising model for new content that they put out is because they have a captive audience. They know people are in their service, so they're not doing ad buy in newspapers and billboards and TV show commercials, because the billboard is their app, which they know you're in every day, and then they surface it to you, right? So if you look at High on Life, it is in the top 10 most played games on Xbox. If you go and look at
top 11, the 11th.
Well,
actually,
I mean, maybe it's down to 11 now. Maybe it's down to 11 now, but when it came out, it was higher. So I'm saying that to say, do they need to advertise? Because isn't the most important metric that the subscribers to your service are aware of this game and playing it? That's a question. I'm not making
the thing about I was gonna say the thing about Netflix is that, like, I think I read somewhere that, like, they have some of the best algorithms out there, right? So if you watch something, like, they can just recommend what you would want to you. So they don't need to advertise with it because they already know you in and out. They know the kind of shows you would want to watch. And I think it's a good point with Game Pass as well. Like, they'll probably put a game that that you've probably tried out and say, hey, this is quite similar. I think my issue with
they should do more recommendations. You're right on that.
Yeah, I think my issue with High on Life is that I think it's, for example, one of my friends, he hit me up, right, and he says, oh, you're so lucky. Like, this was just in the morning. He's like, oh, High on Life, like, you have Game Pass, you can play this game. Like, he's a PlayStation guy, he doesn't know anything about anything. And I'm thinking, how did he even, like, get to this? Like, did he see an ad for this? Because I didn't see an ad. And he saw it on TikTok. He saw some streamer, like, laughing at the jokes or whatever. So I feel like Microsoft is thinking, okay, if we can get people to obviously, like, talk about the game, it's gonna work. Well, I don't know if they really planned that, like, High on Life would be streamed by people.
You have to, though, with these jokes, right? Well, it feels like it's the whole purpose of the game.
You have to, yeah.
Real quick, because Ty is talking about his buddy who's a PlayStation gamer that has no connection to Game Pass, and he could have enjoyed Game Pass. Here's another 2-month free code in the chat for maybe your buddy who could potentially test it out.
I'll let him know.
Here's the code. You know what? I might save one for you, sir. Pass that to your buddy real quick. I have a couple here.
I'll let him know.
On Metacritic right now, to Everborn, to your credit, it's sitting at 17 critic reviews, but it does have over 179 user reviews. So there's a lot of people giving feedback on this, and it's sitting at about a 7.7. That's where I think this game is, about a 7 to 8. Depending on the scale. People have their preferences. But the thing about it, Tay, is that one of the things that this game has going for it, obviously, is the color palette and the charm of the game. You know what I'm saying? So it is one of those games that does call the attention of someone. You know what I'm saying? So that I am with you that I'm a little bit surprised that we should have seen a little bit, just a stronger push for this title. For Microsoft to kind of push it out there and
like,
say,
they have
hey,
nothing else, to be honest.
Yeah,
so
you're not wrong there.
He's like, they don't got no games.
You're not wrong.
Do is focus on this.
Yeah, like they should have been the highlight and it's good enough because I think it's not about the gameplay. Everyone's just laughing. Like when you have PlayStation guys telling me like, oh, like I want to try this game out, like that's something right there.
There you go.
I think it's a missed opportunity for sure. Like this is not a AAA crazy blockbuster game, but the TikTok video that I got had like 2 million views. Like everyone was like loving it. So
bro, this is a game where you are incentivized to just linger. You don't. The shooting is competent. It's fun moment to moment. But what you'll end up doing is you'll end up just walking around listening to conversation because they are hilarious and they are completely ridiculous. And they say and go to places that you're just like, this should not be on a video game. I better mute
this game needed to be this game, in my opinion. If I was the marketing team for Xbox, I would have been advertising this thing during The Simpsons, during Family Guy, Cartoon Network, stuff like that to really capture that audience. Because
I'll tell you a funny story. I first turned the game on. I decided to play in the living room, right? And by the way, I'm not 2 hours in, I'm about 1 hour in. I just checked my play stats. So I open the game, you're in the house, you see your sister talking, right? And my 12-year-old is there. We don't mind the curses or whatever. The 12-year-old's there and the missus is there. And then your sister just opens up and does a line of coke right in front of you.
Right in front of you.
Like, what is happening here? So
the Christmas snow.
Yeah.
They start you on that level, and they just keep going. It just keeps going more and more. It's crazy.
I woke up laughing about the homeless guy who gives you the suit, and he's like, and he's talking about how, oh yeah, that's a real nice house you got there.
Yep.
Like. So again, I love the game, but I'm just saying.
I'm a few hours in, and that dude now lives with us, and he's watching TV. You can literally sit next to him and watch a whole movie, like a whole freaking movie.
Hey, Kay, did you choose to stab him while he was sitting on the couch?
Oh hell yeah, I chose to stab him. And then his response was, "What the hell?"
No, but so my thing in terms of it being a competent shooter, I never feel like I can actually shoot at what I'm aiming at. And it's weird, and I don't know if I'm spoiled by Halo. Or,
I think it might be the animation. I think it might be the graphics, the art style they chose kind of makes you feel like you don't connect. I have something similar, even though everybody loves this game. I have something similar with Cuphead. As much as I love that game, I feel like that animation, that art style does not allow me when I'm shooting my little gun thing and all. It just doesn't allow me to connect. It's almost like it's just happening, and I'm not doing it. And I feel a little bit of that here, but it's more to do with the art style, I think. It's too cartoony, and you don't feel like you have that sense of urgent agency, I should say. But I was able to mitigate that with a bit of what I do. I increased the sensitivity of my controller and like fussed with the dead zones a bit, and that seemed to bypass that. But I do understand.
I haven't played it, but from what I from watching the trailers and the gameplay footage, it does look like it's hard to shoot things. Like it just feels that doesn't feel.
Believe it or not, though, once you're in it and you have it dialed in, I was surprised at how competent this shooter was. I came in for comedy, not for gameplay, because this is a comedy type of situation, right? Like to me, and how many comedy / video games are there out there? And actually, it's very funny that we bring this up because this will help me dovetail right into the next game I want to talk about, which is Portal RTX, which is the other comedy-like game that's out there. Since this game, there has not been a real comedy game that's actually good in gameplay as well. I honestly think High on Life scratches the same itch. Now, I'm not saying it's at the masterpiece level of Portal. I'm not saying that, but the last time I remembered playing a comedy, specifically a comedy game that was also a very competent game, was Portal. And there hasn't really been much in that way since then. Someone, please tell me I'm wrong.
Are you comparing this game to Portal?
Did you just hear me say I'm not comparing it to Portal?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You heard me just say that, right?
Okay. But I feel no, because I don't. You already know I don't pay attention to anything that anyone says before the word "but," right? So if you're gonna say I'm not comparing this to Portal, but then you kind of are comparing it to Portal.
No, I'm not doing a direct comparison because the quality level is different. Obviously, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, in the world where we get comedic games that are also competent gameplay, whatever they may be. This is a shooter, the other one's something else, right? We either get one that's good and then we forego the other, right? Oh, this is so good that it makes the other one that's not so good, it's all right. Oh, Elden Ring is so amazing that the fact that the story's obtuse, right? We always credit one, the thing it does great, and then cut it some slack for the thing it's not there for, right? Just like Deathloop.
I think that other
puzzle.
Games
you don't give you cut it slack for its lack of real good shooting, right? That's what Deathloop was.
But here's the thing:
comedy's tough to land.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
In general,
and the thing is that this game genuinely, High on Life, I haven't stopped laughing. I'm about 3 hours in and I've laughed the whole way through.
I stand
the jokes are landing.
Texas was absolutely right. South Park: Stick of Truth. I stand corrected. That is another very good comedy.
Made by an Xbox first-party studio now, Obsidian.
True. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do stand corrected because that is also a hilarious comedy game that's also very competent. So yes, you're absolutely right. But no, please continue, John.
No, what I was just gonna say is just that it's all about the writing, and I think that comedy is one of those things that it's very tough, man. Because I remember I played Guardians earlier this year, Guardians of the Galaxy, and there were some jokes in there that didn't really land, and I was like, oh man, that was kind of cheesy. But I mean, you still appreciate the charm and the effort, you know. But this genuinely just makes you laugh. Like it's just so out there that you can't help but just laugh because you're like, what the hell is that?
Yep, absolutely.
But I guess
and
you
then,
have
of
to
course,
be like you have to subscribe to the Justin Roiland style
that's
of
right.
humor. And
It
if
is
you
literally
don't,
it
can be
lives or dies
off-putting,
by
I
Justin
guess.
Roiland comedy. You know, and I think that's why.
Hey, I see SloMo in the chat. Are you coming to join us for the last show of the year?
Yeah,
so
slow,
Oh,
please.
wow.
Come on in,
please.
SloMo.
You are more than welcome, good sir. I will pass you the link in the DM, sir. I want you to come and be slanderous with us, not just in the chat, sir. So you are welcome to join us. Give me a minute. I will pass.
All
you
right, I also think we should probably move on. We spent an hour.
We will move on. Yes. I actually want to move on, but before I do, I just really quickly wanted to mention, as you're seeing on the screen right now, I did try out Portal RTX. For those who aren't aware, Portal RTX is literally the OG Portal game that you know and love, but it's basically been given a path tracing remake. And of course, as we are a non-denominational podcast and we enjoy games from all aspects of life,
unless it's PC games, but yeah,
this is a PC game, sir.
God,
and the reason why this game is worthy.
Wait a minute, can I play this on the Steam Deck?
Oh yeah, you can play it on the Steam Deck. It'll just run at 2 frames per second.
Not counting as a.
You can run it. It'll join at 2 frames per second. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the reason why. The reason why is basically all the lights in here are not baked. All the lights in here are now all fully ray traced. Unlike any other ray tracing game, which everything is rasterized, and then they'll add ray tracing to specific characters or they'll add ray tracing to specific scenes. This game is all about its light source, and without the light source, the actual light source, there is no brightness in the game. And because of that, this game, which is old as dirt, will cripple any machine. Like you could throw a 4080 at this thing and it will like.
Are you saying this is doing what Minecraft promised and never released?
Yes, it's exactly that. This is exactly the same thing. This is the Minecraft RT remake, if you will. And
that was weird.
What's that?
That was weird. The way, it's there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's a whole different conversation that people, a lot of people have different hypotheses on why the heck it is that it still hasn't made its appearance. All I'm saying is, where the heck is it? I'm not going to go that further than that, but where the heck is it? But okay, so the reason why this is special is if you look at it, right, the colors blend. If you have green, you see it blend into the walls. Like, you know, if you look at it compared to the original, it's a completely different, like a huge makeover. You don't see it here because you're just seeing the game and that's it. But compare this to how the game used to look. It was like, you know, this was what, pre-360? This was right on the cusp of 360. It's an old game that now has brand new life because of the full path tracing that's been put in display. So it's an awesome game. It's free on PC for anyone that wants to play it. It's called Portal RTX. You just have to have an RTX card, right? And the beefier your RTX card, the better you see all the ray tracing, you see all the reflections and all of that. This is full ray tracing. Not that, we'll give them a little bit here, we'll give them a little bit there. This is the complete package. But be warned, it could cripple your PC because it's really, really heavy. Real quick, before we move on to the stories, the proper stories, let me finally also share a little bit of footage of The Witcher 3, which I also have been playing because, yes, we got that Witcher 3 patch recently that basically just opens the door to hardcore, like, it is. I don't know if any of you guys have tried this real quick before we move on.
I actually, this is actually on my list next to play after High on Life. And the
have
reason
you
for
played
that
this
is
ever?
Yes, but I never finished it. As far as I've gotten in this game is where you play as Ciri, when she's kind of by herself, and it's kind of like a flashback thing where you're playing as Ciri for the first time.
Yeah,
I don't know how far that is into the story,
Yeah.
But I got a ways to go, so
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
definitely do.
experience this thing with like really for the first time with this patch. So I'm kind of excited about it.
Bro, I haven't tried it on Xbox yet. I hear it's just as good. I checked out the shout out to
I heard the
David Comment.
PC version had problems. Is that true?
The PC version had problems in the beginning, but of course, as you do, they literally took all of the upgrades that the community themselves had fixed anyway, and they put it into the thing and called it an update. So people just fixed it themselves and kept it moving. They are updating patches and whatnot, but I bring this specifically up because this is CDPR before Cyberpunk, right? They've always been very much customer forward, customer facing, and the upgrades you get here, wow, they are top tier. Right, I haven't really like delved deep on PC on console yet, but on PC, even on PC, where you can like roll it yourself and do all these custom things, what they offer here is worthy of paying for, and they give it to you for free if you already have it.
Could this have come out today?
Oh hell yeah! If you played this game today, and I say it's a brand new game from CDPR, it's their new offering, The Witcher 3, you would have no issues. It's exactly what you would. I mean, you would say, well, I was gonna say you'd have some problem, some quality of life issues with some of the decisions they've made, but they've even fixed some of that. So like I don't know if anybody has played extensively, but the signals, the Signikai that you can do, the various signals you can do. Back in the day, you used to have to bring up a radial menu every time you needed to do it, and it was really annoying. Now you literally hit a trigger and it gives you shortcuts to do it. They've gone in and done some quality of life improvements to kind of bring it up to modern gameplay standards.
I am wondering if I should start it from scratch because I don't know how far I'm into it.
That's what I'm doing.
I think so.
Yeah.
And the cool thing, and a final point, good thing you bring that. The cool thing about that is if you don't want to start it fresh, whether you played it on PC or PS3 or PS4 or Xbox or anywhere, as long as you sign in to the GOG account, which is related to this account, you can literally pull all your games cloud saves to the cloud and continue wherever else you want to continue it. Very cool.
Yeah, I started.
Everyone should be doing this
on the PC. I'm going to finish it on the. Well, no, I mean I finished Cyberpunk, but I'm saying when the update comes out, the Phantom Liberty or whatever it is, I'm going to do that on Xbox and continue from my PC save.
And my final game I want to bring up, because we do that, Ragnarok, which I just started jumping into. I'm just a few hours in. I might actually, with the holiday season, like my fam just like are taking a trip without me, so I'm all by myself for the next couple of weeks. I might just like start streaming my playthrough of this as I play it through it. This is just a small bit of footage.
Spoilers? No spoilers.
No. This is just the beginning of it. This is the beginning of it.
No, I don't mean now. I'm saying if you stream the whole thing, like, is that?
Well, yeah, then
like,
you
what's the etiquette
know.
there?
I mean, come on now. The many of our podcasting brethren started streaming this thing when it was green in like freaking Australia before the rest of us got it. You know what to expect when you come into a Ragnarok stream.
Speaking of spoilers, I think while you have this time off, it's completely unrelated, but I think we're gonna have to do a review for Avatar: The Way of Water because I'm going to see that. Try to go see it this weekend. We'll see what happens.
So of course, Mr. Everborn Saga, as he does, likes to move us forward, and we will. And of course, since this is our last episode, right? And some may jump in as they see fit and whatnot, but we will not let this episode rest without a little bit of On the Reel. Just a teeny tiny smidge of On the Reel. So, since you brought that up, good sir, I want to just transition to some On the Reel conversation and ask you about this hairy thing that happened that we didn't talk about.
Okay, so Bob Iger coming back to Disney. This is, I almost think it's bigger news that on top of this, Kathleen Kennedy is leaving. Right? Yep. Bob Iger is coming back to. So this isn't the first time he's tried to retire and couldn't. A lot of people don't know that. He actually sucks at retiring. So
he steps away and they pull him back in.
Right. But the whole talk around this is that Chapek wasn't his first choice. But to me, I don't know. I think Chapek may have gotten a bad rap, right? Hold on a minute.
Chapek's reputation has preceded him forever. Even those who go to the parks say his name with ire.
He made money, right? And a lot of people don't know this. It's the parks.
That's where all the money comes from.
Right. Right. The movies and TV shows you watch are advertisements to take your money in the park.
Take you to the park. Yes,
right.
Absolutely.
That's what those are. Right. You're not spending $5,000 for Star Wars. A Star Wars cruise, right? You're doing that because you watch the Star Wars movies. So
a quick aside, next to where they are, and I'm in Florida, so I need to make a quick PSA. Next to Disney, what do you call it? Nintendo World, February 2023. Who's coming?
I thought it was. No, 1,000. I will be there. Like we're going to grand opening.
We do it.
Listen,
let's do this.
When you are getting the day one tickets, just include me.
Hell yeah, bro! I'm there. Let's do it. Let's do it. You got a room right here. Let's go.
I thought it was in California they were doing the first.
There is one in California, but also in Universal Studios. Right.
Oh, that's it.
It's a wrap, baby. We going.
Okay. Don't even anyway. Wow. But
this is what we do on the last episode.
With Bob Iger and Chapek. The thing is, Bob Iger does all these things, right? He brings in Pixar, then he brings in Star Wars, then he brings in Marvel, then he gets Disney Plus started. Then he buys Fox, then he gets Disney Plus started, and right as the streaming service is about to launch and going into the pandemic like that we haven't seen since the influenza, whatever, right? He leaves, and Disney's sole moneymaker, which is the parks, is shut down. And Bob Chapek has to run the company in light of Hollywood being shut down, their biggest moneymakers not being able to be open, and having all of this uncertainty. So it's like he left as soon as he saw things were about to be bad, let Chapek take the fall for it, and now he comes back.
And now he's white knighting.
Right. And to me, that's kind of shitty.
And a quick aside again, Iger and the previous president, who was the president of the United States when COVID was a thing, they both are in the same country club here. So when the president of the United States found out about COVID, so did Bob Iger. Hence the peace out. I'm done. Bob Iger knew it was about to go down. It's a fact. It is a fact. You can look it up.
I heard.
No, it is an absolute fact.
But
you
then
can read it.
There's a report. Club doesn't mean he got the news.
No. But there's a report that said that, and this gets overly political, but there's a report that said that Trump had really good friends at Mar-a-Lago, Iger being one of them. These are the keys of industry, and they basically ran the presidency from Mar-a-Lago.
Bob Iger is playing Fall Guys here. He's playing a real game of
literally. Like they were saying that a lot of the governmental bodies were very upset because Mar-a-Lago would call and they would have to listen. And when Mar-a-Lago calls, it could be Bob, it could be like key CEOs that are all friends at this club would call and tell them what to do.
I thought that was Ike Perlmutter and not Bob Iger.
Ike as well. It was a whole thing, but Iger didn't do too much influencing. He did information gathering and made moves based on it.
Anyway, but the point is, everybody says all these terrible things about Chapek, but at the end of the day, you may not.
You need the hatchet man. He's the hatchet man, but you need him.
He is the fall guy, right? Because
you need him.
Listen, the MCU. You can say this is Chapek's fault about the MCU, but in reality, they had just finished Endgame, right?
True.
And they didn't really.
They didn't know where to go.
They're in rebuild mode. So people saying quality dropped off when he came in.
But even at that though, I heard like he didn't sign off on any of these projects. So, for example, it was Iger who was signing off on all these projects. All the projects that people are watching right now, like Chapek is signing off on them.
Yeah.
Like he's really in development
hasn't
for
really
like
had
years.
any influence in it.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything at all. And even like when you look at it, kind of catches me. So what I heard when I was reading up, I heard that like Iger just wanted to retire because he wanted to get into like the whole politics sector side of things, right? So and that makes kind of sense to me. And even when I'm looking at Chapek, I'm thinking, well, you're the guy who brought like Disney Plus from 0 to like was it 180 million or whatever. Like I don't know what the shareholders of Disney expect. Like yeah, you're gonna lose money. Like that's just a subscription service, right? But like to have that many subscribers to catch up to, I'll be very honest. I did not imagine Disney Plus would have this many subscribers.
Catch up to Netflix so quick, like crazy.
It's insane.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, and that's an L. That's a win. You know, so.
Yeah,
I don't want to get some of
because
this.
Chapek was basically telling the shareholders because I think they lost something like $4 billion just on content spend versus what do you call it? But the whole point is you get the subscribers there, and then you have the high enough profile content. I do feel like the whole Marvel IP is a little oversaturated now, but that's a casualty of success, right? When we say something's over. So I really I don't know how to feel about Chapek because they're saying he's only coming back for 2 years to groom his successor.
You mean
Iger? Iger's coming back for 2 years to groom his successor. But every time he's tried this, he's failed at it. So we may just be right back where we left off in 2 years.
So before we
there's another tinfoil hat.
One second, Everborn. 1 second. Before you get to your next conspiracy, I will first and foremost stop for a moment and say, please hit the like button if you haven't done so. Please consider subscribing if you haven't done that already. We appreciate you being here. We're going through the gamut of conversations. We're in the On the Real minute right now, and I will ask you, Everborn Saga, and everyone to watch their words because the slander is not only in the chat. Mr. SloMoBackSlap.
Oh,
what's going on?
He really got that commission.
Wow.
You see that picture?
Look at that. That's amazing, bro. Hold on. We got to put this up. Let's see this. Hilarious. That is hilarious. That's amazing.
Wow.
That's how you make an entrance.
Wow. I got something for you, Slow-Mo.
Hey, look, I had that. Forgive me for taking a little time to come through. It took me about 10 minutes to put that together real quick. I had to make sure that Everborn, that's my Christmas gift to him. You know, this is
well, it's actually a birthday gift because my birthday was yesterday.
Oh, what's even better? Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, brother!
Happy belated.
Yes,
birthday, man.
Absolutely. So yes, we will move quickly on. We're just kind of spurring just a few bit of on the real conversation, we can't stop until we speak about this one.
I'll come to that in 1 second. So there's the other conspiracy theory that the reason Iger came back for 2 years is so that he could position the company to be acquired by Apple. Now Apple has since denied that.
Wow.
But it is a thing that people are talking about.
And it's a thing that I can believe.
He could shepherd an acquisition of Disney by someone else. But again, Apple has denied that, and I don't think there's anybody else who could.
I wonder what the regulatory bodies would say if Apple buys Disney.
It's a vertical merger. What are they going to say? I mean, these days. You know,
I was about to say you were saying it's a vertical merger. What you gonna say? The ground beneath our feet has shifted, sir.
You know, we'll see how that all pans out. Now, but again, could you really make the argument that Apple owning Disney is holding content away from Microsoft, Google, and Amazon? I don't think you could. Like, how do you? Who would be harmed?
Apple owning Disney, you can say would Netflix could turn around and be Jim Ryan about it.
I guess so, but they didn't have that.
And
content.
that's a verb now.
No.
Just like you can Cyberpunk, you can Jim Ryan.
Yeah, but again, I don't want to stay too long on this because they already denied it. But like,
we're moving. Yeah.
Netflix complaining about it would be like Nintendo complaining about ABK. You don't have the content today. You have no leg to stand on.
Well, they have some of the content, not all of it. They used to have more, but it's been dispersed more.
But Lena Khan would just pull the same card just because. That's my card. The just because card.
Tech bad. Why?
You guys don't think this is an issue?
Just because.
Go ahead, Ty.
You don't think you don't think Apple buying Disney is gonna like cause? That sounds wild.
I think it's a big issue. It's a big issue.
This is already way too big. There's no way Apple can purchase. Nah, there's no way.
And I honestly think
Lena would definitely do something about it.
There you go. I honestly think the reason why Lena's where she is, the reason why Lena's in the position she is kind of because they saw Disney do to Fox what they saw Disney do to Fox, and nobody said anything about it. So that's why she's in position now. There's no way I don't foresee Disney going for, if they do this, right, to have them go, yeah, no big deal. It would be war.
Well, I do want to clarify. I'm not saying like this is true. Again, Apple has denied it. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not even saying Apple wants them. I'm just like, as a theory of, looking at the complaints that we see today, I'm trying to understand what would be the rationale to block it. Again, I don't believe for a second this is happening. And shout out to King David. Just randomly.
Absolutely.
But
okay.
go
ahead.
Companies deny acquisitions all the time, B. I mean, they do this all the time. Bethesda denied they were acquired by Microsoft.
Did too.
Yes, Bungie denied
2 seconds
it as well.
before they got bought. So you never know.
Obsidian did as well.
Yep.
They all deny it because legally they can't really talk about it, because if they say, yeah, we are being acquired by X company, that's going to affect, especially if you're a publicly traded company, that's going to affect the stock market.
That's true.
What if something happens and it doesn't happen? There'll be a lot of angry people who bought stock or sold stock based off of that news.
For me, I just don't think Apple wants to deal with the parks. It just doesn't feel like.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think they want that.
Yeah, they don't want that. I don't think so either. So if there's a world where they do buy the media empire, they might separate the parks, do something to that effect.
But isn't the parks like the biggest cash cow though?
It is.
And how do the parks live? The parks live off the IPs, right?
Well, but to Apple though, that might not be the same equation, because they already have their service. They just want content for their service. Imagine Apple TV including all the Disney Plus content. That would be very lucrative for them.
Doesn't Comcast own Universal? That the parks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see them trying to figure something out.
Anyway, let's just move on.
Yeah, let's move on. I want to talk about this Henry Cavill.
Okay, this is hilarious to me, right?
That's messed up, man. He got a raw deal.
So
he got a raw deal.
Just so let's establish the ground first. Obviously, we've already heard that Henry Cavill left The Witcher because rumor has it that he's very diehard on the source material, and they're veering from that. So he had a lot of back and forth with the creative team, and ultimately he left, and they replaced him with a Hemsworth, right? With one of there are many Hemsworths, not the one you want. Right. Secondary Hemsworth.
They didn't even get the right Hemsworth.
Died Hemsworth.
The right Hemsworth is having a crisis right now because the man has some health issues, so he might not even be the right Hemsworth.
You got the hand-me-down version.
Yeah, we got the hand-me-down Hemsworth. Yes.
I still think.
And here we are.
Charisma and acting ability.
And here we are. After Hemsworth took over The Witcher, right? Then we were like, oh, Cavill's great because, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Black Adam.
Well, I mean, according to those box office numbers, nobody has, but
not everybody has. So, spoiler in 3, 2, 1, Henry Cavill shows up in Black Adam at the end.
I think everyone knows that.
Everyone knows that, but I want a spoiler alert beforehand.
But
it don't mean nothing now.
HBO Max right now. I think they dropped it at HBO Max unceremoniously with zero
fanfare. Yeah.
So let me.
So now, let me establish. Give me 1 second. Let me establish the ground, and then I'll let you speak, everyone. So after he showed up as Superman in Black Adam, the assumption at that point was, okay, he's left The Witcher, but he's back to Superman. And here we are on the CNN report saying he won't return to The Witcher, and he lost Superman. Everborn, go.
Okay, so I don't think we can get to the Henry Cavill story without first talking about the Black Adam story and the drama with The Rock and Warner Brothers, right? And then you also have to talk about the James Gunn massacre. All these things are connected. So
absolutely.
The thing with Black Adam is it is a movie they were trying to make for nearly a decade, right? And
to the point where I think it's the writing of it even became an artifact of its time because it didn't get modernized. And
I actually didn't hate the movie, and I
didn't hate it either. I thought it was fun.
I thought it was right on par. Dr. Fate was great, and I thought it was on par, if not better than Aquaman. But we can talk about that in a second. I said it.
I don't know about that.
Watch Aquaman again. Anyway,
I don't know about that. Yeah, maybe I need to watch Aquaman.
Exactly. So now the thing is, they were expecting this movie to do Aquaman numbers, right? And it obviously didn't do anything near that, right? It's lucky if it cracks 400 million. And a lot of people were calling it a flop, right? And The Rock...
Technically, it's not a flop, but yes.
Well, according to Warner Brothers, it is. And that's what I'm getting ready to talk about.
It made money, though, like right? I mean, I haven't seen
it made more than it made more than it costs, which
No. This is what I'm saying.
It lost money, actually. I think
it lost. So The Rock shared some documents saying that it turns out the movie actually will make money. But then Warner Brothers, who's probably doing Hollywood math, who wants to use this as a write-off for tax purposes, says no, The Rock has shared misleading information as to the money, and the film will lose upwards of $100 million.
Oh, wow. Okay, I did not hear that part. Interesting. Okay.
And then after The Rock, who pushed for Henry Cavill to come back, he literally says this, Henry Cavill would not be back if it wasn't for us. The Rock has not even mentioned that the movie is going on to Disney Plus. HBO Max.
Onto HBO.
There's nothing with him promoting the HBO Max release, and The Rock has unfollowed all Warner Brothers and DC accounts.
Wow, he's going scorched earth.
Wow, right? So they called him a liar, right? People called it a flop. They declared it a flop. He said no, it is going to make money because he's a producer on this thing also. They said, no, he's lying. These are official Warner Brothers people. And then, and now he's unfollowed them. And so now we come to Henry Cavill, right? In the light of this new James Gunn, Peter Safran takeover, they are, they want to kill with fire everything that had anything to do with Zack Snyder. Right, so we hear that Wonder Woman 3 is not happening. We hear that,
and it shouldn't.
I don't disagree. We hear that Gal Gadot and Henry Cavill's cameos have been scrubbed from the Flash movie. We hear that
still
Shazam,
coming?
Yes,
that surprises the hell out of me.
We hear that Shazam will not get a sequel, nor will Aquaman 2. Right.
And a quick aside, just so we have the ground established. $195 million was the budget of the movie, and stateside it made $166 million, and worldwide it made $388 million.
But you can't. That's not. Again, we come back to the Hollywood math.
Hollywood math. I'm just sharing. Obviously, I'm sharing what they have announced. Doesn't mean it's factual. Hollywood math included.
Right. They spent hundreds of millions on marketing on top of,
and they also budgeted about $100 million for its marketing budget. Which, which means the earnings is substantially low.
Right. So, but then it gets further because remember, they don't get all of the movie tickets. The theater gets a portion of that. Right. You get opening weekend, you get the lion's share, but every week that passes, the theater gets more and the studio gets less. Right. So that's where it comes in, where they say to break even, they were looking at a $500 million number when it was all said and done, based on what their cut of the deals. Anyway, so Cavill now, Cavill says he's leaving The Witcher. Everyone is surprised, and for me, Geralt, I've always pictured him as Mads Mikkelsen.
That was one thing I did not like about Cavill's portrayal. I love him as The Witcher, but The Witcher should be thinner.
Yeah,
not as But
anyway, so then we there's hope. They do this big whole press thing, and then the statement Cavill puts out is that in October they told him to announce that he would be returning as Superman. That they were fast tracking the Superman script, only for James Gunn to come in and say, "Yeah, we are fast tracking Superman, but you're not a part of it," right? And James Gunn has shut everything down because he doesn't want any mention of this. Now, he says Batman and Superman will be key to his universe, but it will not be the Batman and Superman that we had.
From what I read, they said it was going to be younger Batman and Superman, much younger.
Yeah, but
that's what he's saying. He's saying it's going to be a younger.
Why are we doing this again? Come on.
Yeah, I understand why, because I think that James Gunn he just wants like a clean slate. And I don't think that there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I kind of understand why he wants, like, if he's been given this job to kind of do Kevin Feige-esque a role, I can see where he's like, look, everything that had to do with the past, let's just get over with, and clean slate, for us going forward. The only thing that's kind of messed up here is that they kind of gave Henry here a bad deal. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. I've read different things, and The Rock as well. By the way, it's The Rock and Henry Cavill that they've kind of given raw deals here to, because everything that. Go ahead.
Again, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. But
Absolutely.
I'm stopping you not because of that. I'm stopping you because this is our final episode for the year, and as such, we bring on all the friends we can. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Infinite Umbra.
Well, god dang. Almost cursed.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Please, go ahead, John.
What's up,
yeah, so what's up? So I do think that The Rock, from everything I've heard him say, his huge campaign for the film, everything he said afterwards, I think that he was super excited because in his mind, this was the clean slate for the DC universe. I think that he really thought that, hey, I could be like leading the charge here so that we can create this whole expansive universe, and we can do it starting from my movie and going forward. And I think that James Gunn kind of knocked him off a peg and said, I don't think so, buddy. That's not what we're planning on doing here. So at the end of the day, Henry Cavill, I mean, he's going to find work. There's already rumors of him, I think Warhammer or something like that.
There it is. Warhammer.
There
he's
you
going
go.
to produce TV and movie.
Yeah, so I mean, look,
people who know this, is there a difference between Warhammer and Warhammer 40K?
No, it's all the same. It's all the same universe. It's just that like all the games, essentially the Warhammer IP, they just be like, who wants to make a game? And it doesn't matter what kind of developer you are. You could be a developer that does RTS games. You could do first person shooters. You could do whatever.
And the story is like crazy Star Wars, same world, but what happened 50 years ago, what happened 300 years ago, what happened 5 years, like they don't care. You could just pick a piece of it and just go crazy. They're really, really interesting with the 40.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick,
go ahead.
there's 86 people watching right now, right? And I know some of you guys are already subscribed to the channels, but some of you may not be. K is at 908 subscribers as I see it right now. If all you guys subscribe, we can get just that much closer to that infamous 1K. And when I say that, look, I, as someone who has hit that number and the hard work it took to get there, it is the hardest grind on YouTube to get that first 1K. It is absolute torture because a lot of people. It's like, I don't know what it is. People just don't see at least 1K and they don't want to subscribe for some reason. The people who do, though, really rock with your content. So if you really rock with this content, subscribe to the channel. Do myself a favor, please. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, sir.
No problem, man. I did want to say this real quick. I think there's a lot of, when it comes to Henry Cavill leaving The Witcher, I think a lot of that was also like, he kind of made it a bigger reason than it really needed to be, because they made a departure from the book story in season 2. So they already was making things that, like, he may have actually be really honest. I don't care for the changes y'all making. I wanted it to be, about strictly about the book, really kind of retelling this book story. Y'all keep making changes that don't make any sense. I haven't read the books, but my homie Luca has read the books. She said, yeah, they're making changes that in the book, like, I don't know where they're going with it because the changes they made.
Diehards won't appreciate it.
Right. It doesn't make much sense with where the story goes, that kind of stuff. And so I think that was a reason, but he made it the reason I'm leaving simply because he had this other opportunity coming to come back and be Superman. Yep. If he knew where this was going to eventually go, I think he probably would have stayed.
Stuck it out.
Yeah, he probably would have stuck it out, maybe for a little harder to get some of the things that he wanted to be in the show in the Netflix show there. So it's just I think Warhammer is him just like it's his consolation. I guess I'll just head over here.
I mean, everybody knows he loves it. It's part of his basically it's part of his
he's
trademark
a gamer
at this point.
Yeah, he's a real gamer.
You know,
he built his own PC and stuff. Like there's a lot of people in this community that won't build their own PCs.
Yeah, it's like it's less of a consolation prize and more of the big prize for him, saying how much he loves the franchise.
Clearly, yeah.
I was talking to a few people about this, right? And they were talking about like reports that came out, and one of the things they were saying is like his team also primarily wants him to do movies. Like they don't see him as a TV guy. Like it's okay to do The Witcher and then you do Warhammer, but then you're gonna do Mass Effect. Like now you're the TV guy, but like you're Henry Cavill. You should be working with Christopher Nolan, the likes of this. But if you keep doing TV shows, like you're gonna be shoehorned there, and that's it. Like this is where you're gonna stay.
Question:
I'm also not sure he's doing Mass. That's not confirmed yet. He had a script for Mass Effect from Amazon, like in a screenshot on Instagram. The script was on like his desk, and people zoomed in because he was a little careless, and people zoomed in. So, there's a script for Mass Effect there.
Wow.
Just because he has a script doesn't mean that he actually.
Oh yeah. No. I didn't mean his actually do Mass Effect, but
I'm not saying you. But it's just like that's where the rumor
TV shows is going to be.
So what y'all are saying? He's turning into the Summer Glau of the industry.
Man,
would you all be against him? Would you all be against him?
Hell no, that'd be great.
No. I want Henry Cavill as Garrett.
Garrett.
Garrus?
Garrus. Yeah. Okay.
There's plenty of room. There's plenty of room for Captain Britain role in the MCU.
Oh yeah, he would knock that out. He would
be for sure.
Captain Britain. In regards to Mass Effect, I actually agree with David Gator, who is the lead writer of the Dragon Age series, who's no longer with BioWare, but he kind of feels like the way BioWare did their storytelling, that it doesn't translate well, or it may not translate well to a adaptation in TV or movies, because we all played those games. The main character is more of a blank slate that you mold to what you want to do. They put a lot of their writing into the side characters, Miranda Lawson, Garrus, Tally, like those characters. They really brought those characters to life.
Slow. I gotta call an audible and real quick in the chat. Do we disagree? Idris Elba as Shepard.
Yes. Here's my.
He would murder that role. He would do it.
That'd be great. That would be great.
Well, here's my thing.
Go ahead.
He would, but for me, I think you tell the Mass Effect story around Shepard and don't put him in it.
Because don't make him the protagonist.
That we're talking about.
Yes, that's where I was going to go to. David Gator thinks that any kind of story that does any kind of TV show that does Dragon Age, like the Dragon Age Netflix show, does not have any of the actual, like it's not about any of the Dragon Age characters that are in the games. It's a whole different like ragtag group of thieves kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's a better.
Don't you think they should go completely off the beaten path? I mean, Mass Effect is such a huge established world, and us gamers know exactly what to expect from that world and those characters.
They need to.
Wouldn't it be great? They do.
But if you do, you're
so I'll say this, right? So
I think they could and leave him on TV screens like the hero while the story's going.
You see, I think whenever we think of adaptations, right, we like to just draw from Geralt and I'll give an example, right? So, how many copies of The Witcher 3 did how many copies of The Witcher 3 were sold?
Oh, I can look it up for you.
Yeah, that number's pretty big, but I mean, it jumped up when the TV show came out.
Of course,
further.
Yeah, and then then the question is, when Netflix brings out The Witcher, it's
40 million.
How many people watched it in the first 2 weeks?
A lot.
Like they're not really targeting the actual core fan base. They're targeting for like the
new entrants,
exactly.
into that ecosystem. Yeah, absolutely.
So for me, it's the exact same thing with Mass Effect. You put Shepard in there. The fans might get upset, but it's not about the fans. It's about the casuals at this point.
Okay.
I don't know, Tay, because I think
Shepard in there and let him take off his helmet.
I think Paramount made that same mistake with Halo.
No, keep the helmet on the whole time.
No, keep on taking off the helmet as much as you can.
They did Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's on Netflix. None of the V from Cyberpunk isn't in it. Judy's not in it. what's the girl?
But
that
the
everyone
world
loves?
of Cyberpunk is exactly the same. It's just a different protagonist.
Adam Smasher is in
new
it.
characters.
Adam
and
Smasher's in it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Adam Smasher is in it. That's correct.
but then
And
Adam
Wakaku's in
Smasher
it.
is a side character that is already established. Like they wrote that character out. It's not like your V, who is like my V is different than K's V. You know, we may have like a
My
different
V
gender.
got an awesome fro. She's out there. I'm just
You know,
saying.
like my V's going around cutting people in half and using the sand division. K's V could be a net runner. It's just like when you have that kind of character in an RPG and then say, let's put this on a different screen, you're making it static now when a character was not static before. It was
Used to be
dynamic.
dynamic, and now you're basically making a choice as to where he can go versus the game, which had open-ended choices.
And I say that only works for some games, though, right? Because V can work that way because V is not so established as a character that people are like, oh, this is what V is. Because you get to create him just like you said in this way. Shepard is more set.
Yeah.
You have a female version, you have a male version, and people have a direct vision of what they look like. The redhead or the guy from Lost. So that's what they see when they think of Shepard.
Is that a lot of the conclusions still reach the same conclusion by how you got there. Like my Shepard could be a straight renegade. Shooting people in the face, kicking people out windows. And if I see a Shepard that's all stoic and heroic in this Amazon show, I'm like, dang, who is this dude?
No, absolutely.
I would think more people lean toward the neutral good Shepard, I would say, though. But even beyond characteristics, we're talking about looks and stuff too, right? That goes into it. So when we saw Master Chief as done by what's his name? Forgot his name right now, but when we saw that, it's cool because Liv Strive, thank you, not Liv, but Strive, Pablo, that's right. So when we saw him, it's like, that's cool, but we don't want to see you because Chief doesn't take his mask off like that. at least for us as the audience, right?
Yeah, and
so that's
this
why
guy was taking his helmet off every 5
the
minutes.
lore
taking
of
off
Master
in the
Chief
field.
was born.
Bullets flying over his head. He all.
We're not gonna have this helmet conversation today, guys. We're not gonna do it.
I feel like
Master
even
Chief
with,
was showing cheeks and slapping cheeks the whole way.
even with
You got some cheeks too. You got him some cheeks.
I feel like
as someone who's a
Halo.
massive Mass Effect fan, I've played through the trilogy a gazillion times. I would say this: like they're working on Mass Effect 4 or the next Mass Effect. I don't know what they want to call Andromeda 4, but whatever. I think if they're going to do a TV show, by the time this TV show comes out, it's going to be very shortly before the actual game comes out. Tie it into that. There is a lot of a lot of mystery about what happened to Shepard at the end of 3. Look, it's been over a decade. Like if you did everything, he takes a breath out of the wreckage of the Citadel, so he's still alive at the end.
I mean, they've shown, by the way, slow-mo that they can bring him back just from anything. They brought him back from death.
They brought him back from the dead.
Yeah, his body was all burnt to a crisp, and they turned him into half an android. So yeah.
I see folks in the chat still having lively conversations. Sycamore drops bars. Expanse, anyone? That is basically Mass Effect. If you have not watched The Expanse, yes, it is. It is.
It ain't Mass Effect though.
Well, it is. It is lifelike.
It has some
it's
elements.
It has.
I never even heard of that.
Aesthetic and the themes are very much like Mass Effect. But,
back in the day when they made X-Men, like the X-Men movies, and it was like, oh, X-Men Wolverine was wearing spandex and was wearing yellow clothes and all that, and you were like, how are they going to transition it? And when they did, he was all black leather. They had to get real with it versus the comic book lifelike, which obviously we're now coming full circle, but neither here nor there. I think Mass Effect done real would be very much like The Expanse. Grimy, dirty, not as flashy, because that's the real rendition of the graphical style that they were going for.
Everything in The Expanse reminds me of Omega, the Omega station in Mass Effect. The look. Look at some of those asteroids where people are living out in the solar system is dirty. There's trash everywhere and refuge and stuff like that's Omega.
And that's The Expanse.
You could definitely get the guy from The Expanse who's also doing what is he doing? He's doing something right now that I can't remember what it is. He's working on something for Amazon at the moment. It might be Warhammer. Correct. I think it might be Warhammer.
Like every other day, we're hearing something new that Amazon has taken control of. The latest iteration being Tomb Raider.
Yeah,
but they're going in the game direction there. But
yeah.
Okay, we have had a lot of great on the real chat. This will be. I'll put this here and I'll cut it out. And
thank you, Iron Mike. It's God of War. My bad. The guy.
Oh, he is working on God of War.
Is doing God of War. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I look forward to that because the Expanse is.
Wait a minute. I read that it's the same showrunner as the Wheel of Time for God of War.
it's two of them, I think. I think
it's the God of both of them.
My thing with that is. If it's the Expanse guy, I'm super excited.
If it's the Wheel of Time guy,
if it's the Wheel of Time people, whoa boy, we are
absolutely.
So I hope that Iron Mike is right, and I'm wrong because I don't want anybody.
Iron Mike says yes, it's both.
Oh God, all right.
The showrunner of the Wheel of Time guy and two Expanse people under him.
Well, flip a coin and toss it to your Witcher. We're gonna
You know what? Let us move forward from the on the real conversation. We still have a lot of show to go, and we're already 2 hours in. We're gonna try and make it a little shorter, but I will stop again and tell you guys I really appreciate you all for being here and really enjoying this conversation. We still have a lively conversation in the chat, and the numbers aren't going down. So thank you guys so much. If you haven't hit that like button, please think about that. If you haven't subscribed, do so. I know I'm annoying in saying so, but we're trying to get to that 1K. Come on now, people. But anyway, because this show tends to have lots of different things going on here, this one will be short. Damn it, this one will be short. But I had to stop for a moment because on this show, we haven't talked about it. And I think everyone on this panel is knee deep in this app. So let us have a quick conversation about the state of Twitter. Who wants to take this first?
I have an idea. Right. What if, Elon says he wants to save the world. This is why he's doing all this electric cars, and which I own one of, and I swear by it. They just put Apple Music on the Tesla, by the way.
I mean, he started as Tony Stark, and now I kind of feel like he might
Justin
not
Hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally he started
as
Tony Stark to me. And now he's heading in the Hammer direction a bit,
right,
which I'm just like,
He's making those faces too. That looks maniacal. Every time you see him, his eyebrow is up.
Or did he start as Tony Stark from Iron Man 1, and now he's Tony Stark from Civil War? Different ideology,
but Tony Stark from Civil War still had a good. He was still trying to do the right thing. He just did it wrong.
Exactly.
I'm not sure Elon is on that tip right now.
I don't think Elon cares about the right thing whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's on that tip.
Did you see his the whole recorded video of him jumping into that Twitter space?
No,
I did see that.
Yeah, so essentially a group of journalists were discussing things, and he jumps into the Twitter space to say that they violated his rights, his First Amendment rights by posting links to a I think it's called Elon Jet. That
location, right?
That was like providing the location of his jet. They corrected him and said, by law, for us to be, what did he say? He said they were doing. He said they doxed him. In order for us to dox you, we would have to be posting your actual home address, which we did not do. He then said a bunch of gibberish that no one understood. And then when he got pressed about certain things, about like essentially what you're doing now, suppressing people, suspending people over this, is what you complained about back in 2020. When something else political happened, and he just dropped out. And then that's like 5 minutes later, all the Twitter spaces just started to basically various people stopped being able to see Twitter spaces as an option under
he basically gave them the old Thanos snap.
Yeah.
Spaces away.
It's weird because whenever I open the app up, sometimes the Twitter space icon is there, and then sometimes it isn't. And so,
it's funny these days when I open the app up, sometimes it asks me to log in as if I'm a new user, and other times it just logs me into my account. And that is as recently as like a week ago. Clearly, he is like and I've read a lot of background on all the various engineers that have been since fired from Twitter since this whole thing started. They all say the same thing. He is basically hollowing Twitter out in the back end, and one day this thing will just stop working, which is super sad. Super sad.
Well, so here's the thing, right? What if his actual goal is to buy Twitter so he can shut it down because Twitter has been a cancer on the human experience.
I think
well,
that
but
you're giving him
he's
too much
kind of
credit.
being a cancer on the human experience.
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah. You're giving him way too much care.
His altruistic motives are kind of. He doesn't seem like he is fighting fire with fire a bit here. That's a little bit a bit much. This whole Twitter experience has dropped his pedigree to me in my head.
If you've been following Elon for a while, it should have been dropped a long time ago.
Oh no, yeah. I've been following him, but it's how he handled Twitter that surprised the heck out of me. Because more often than not, when and I mean, he's bought many companies. He's bought the Boring Company. He bought the solar company. Every time he buys something, it's to further a goal. But usually the goal is altruistic, and you can see it. This is the first time he's bought something, and you're just like, "What are you doing?" And clearly, he's messing with it.
What if he bought it to shut it down? I'm just saying.
I mean, you could have.
But then he could just buy it and shut it down.
Yeah.
Rather than being all sneaky and kind of weird about it.
Or overpaid by billions for it, by the way, to do so.
Yeah, I think he's genuine about trying to improve Twitter, to be honest. Just the way he's going about doing it, pissing people off, just isn't the right approach. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think I think this is just an example of like the fact that these social, like especially Twitter now that it's like privately owned, right? This is not like a social media network is not the end all be all or embodiment of free speech, right?
Sure. Yeah.
The people who run these things can do whatever they want, right? People were getting banned on Twitter and not knowing why for a long time.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually,
So,
I saw somebody in the chat ask that question, like, we act like old Twitter was better. Of course not. Old Twitter was not better, but it seems like old Twitter tried to be more of a straight shooter, whereas the current iteration of Twitter is like, yeah, it's Elon's way. You don't like it? Too bad.
I don't understand how people make those kind of assumptions. If we're talking about Elon Musk's Twitter and the things that he's doing, or how he contradicts himself at every turn, that isn't automatically saying Twitter was better before him. Like, those are two different statements. Like, you can actually say,
yeah, no, I hear what he's saying. I think what he is saying is clearly Elon is here to quote unquote make Twitter better, right? That was his idea of purchasing it, right? But the question is, was Twitter bad before and it's getting worse now, or was it better before?
I'm kind of with Tay on this one a little bit. My mind frame of it, and it's that I think that the intention is good, but the method. What
they say about the road to hell.
I think that the method. I think that the intention is there. It's just the method, right, that's being used, and I guess that Elon in his way, and I mean, some will say it's justified, some will say it's not, that if he owns it, he's gonna, I guess, lead by example of what he thinks to be the correct things, right? Sure. If he feels strongly about a certain a certain stance on something, I guess that he feels empowered enough that since he's the owner of it, he's like, I'm gonna show you guys exactly how this feels, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like in a way, not saying it's right. I'm not going there or anything, but I think that he's just forcefully like imposing his will, which is what I think is rubbing people the wrong way a little bit.
You could also make an argument that Twitter's probably more transparent because he's just talking. He's just saying what he's gonna do. He's saying this, he's saying that. He's saying this is how this works. And I think maybe the problem with the old Twitter was it just wasn't transparent. You didn't know why certain things was happening. Like when he jumped on that space, I'm thinking, why is the head of Twitter, the guy who owns it on the space, talking to people, telling them why he's doing certain things? And I think, that there's something to admire about that, because you get that kind of transparency, right? Which is probably key for a lot of people. Okay, I know why he said this. Like, he's actually engaging with people. If you tweet him, he'll tweet you back. I think Doja Cat tweet him, right?
Yep.
And then he tweeted back. So I think
he's almost like Gabe Newell in that way. You'll get a reply back.
He never tweeted me back when I asked him when the damn Cybertruck is coming out. So I don't know what.
Well, you asked him a boring question. If you ask him a question that's fiery, that will get a response. Maybe he will respond.
I think a lot of people want to know when the Cybertruck is coming out. So.
I understand. Like, yeah, that's different. You couldn't speak to people who ran Twitter before and get a response, but. True. Like, is that worth the response he gives you? Is that worth it when he will contradict his same response 24 hours later? He makes a Twitter space with his employees. What I'm saying is actually happened. Did Twitter space like a month ago with his employees. He's all I want suggestions. I want people to tell me what they want from Twitter. No one's saying anything. Everyone is mum, and then the majority of the people who were in that Twitter space with him quit the very next day. Like is that transparency, really?
But what I mean is when so the thing is we can actually catch the contradictions, right? With the old guys, you didn't know what they were thinking. So maybe Monday he feels this way, maybe Friday he feels a different way. But at least with Elon, he'll tell you how he feels on a Monday, and on Friday, if he changes his mind, you can at least put them out and say, "Yo, listen."
Yeah. And I think that there's a little bit of to kind of reel this in and intertwine it with gaming. I think that he's kind of in that same headspace as Jim Ryan, where he's like, "Where are you guys gonna go? You guys are gonna stay. Even if I piss you off, you'll get over it in a few days."
What are you gonna do? Go to Hive?
What are you gonna do? Go to Mastodon? Like, what is wrong with you people?
I mean, he can say that, John. I agree with you to a degree, right? But he can't say that for the ad shares and people who would buy into that. He can't say that for corporations. That's his problem, and that's why he started to reel back some of that nonsense he was talking. Once they started pulling out, he was like, "Wait a minute, oh, I need them. I do need this," and he started to correct himself a little bit.
So let me take a quick break here and pop this up here. We have Ellis Murderman Foster, who just joined us, said, "I saw John Wolf on my brother Dirk Griggy's podcast. He's a real one, and you have a new watcher." Thank you for joining us, Ellis.
Thank you, Ellis.
And yes, indeed, Mr. John Wolf is the real one. We love him on this show. We thank him for being here as always. Gentlemen, before we move on to the gaming topics, there's a few of them. I don't want to, we'll touch on ABK a little bit, but I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about the future of gaming. But before I do, I'm heading in the gaming direction.
A question about the whole Elon thing, and
go ahead. Give me your last note before we move on. Yeah,
I'm a customer of his, but I also have not been a fan of him for many years.
Okay.
But in terms of this whole Elon jet thing, I know we don't like the moves Elon has been making and the things he's been saying, and I'm right there with you. Elon Musk is trash, and his family got their riches from stealing from Africans
from South Africa. Yeah. Although yes, he is also one of the architects of PayPal, so that's where his
he was there. Starts. I don't know.
Like it's part of his history. That's where his money first came from. But
got pushed out, and then he got bought out, and then he used that money to go and invest it in Tesla, which was already a thing before he came there. That's neither here nor there, right? I'm not here to defend him. I'm not here to slander him. What I'm asking is, objectively, if there is a site that posts the location of SloMoBackSlap's car or Kay Asante's car, even though you didn't post the actual location of your car, but you posted a link to a website that does that, is that cool?
I mean, it's not cool. But clearly it's not cool, right? And clearly he had an issue, and his issue was right? He had the right to be upset, but with great power comes great responsibility. You don't just get to wield it to your liking because somebody did something wrong to you. That then discredits the platform that you're on.
Why can't you wield it the way you want?
Yeah, I think if you own it, then I think you can. To be honest with you, I actually think he has an argument.
I'm just saying.
I kind of feel like when you own a platform that has millions upon millions upon millions of users, you have a responsibility to strike very strategically and not just on your own whim. And I think that's a lot of what people have a problem with Elon. He doesn't recognize that he's holding millions of people's ability in his hand and just moving it left and right based on his own whim. And the CEO, the management, the leadership organization that was at Twitter before, clearly they were screwing up, right? Hence the need for new management. But them, when you heard them speak, they spoke knowing that responsibility. They held that responsibility in high regard. That's why it took them a million years to even give you guys more characters, because they didn't want it to feel like, oh, we're pushing the narrative on one side versus another. It became a hotbed of political craziness, but it wasn't their intention. It's just how the algorithm seemed to work that way. You could tell, I forget the name of the general, it's like on the tip of my tongue. You could tell that they were working to trying to level the playing field, even though they couldn't. It seems to me like Elon is in no way, shape, or form concerned with any of that. He just wants his will done. And that may be a bit it may rub the millions of people that use it a little wrong.
Can I answer Everborn's example?
Please, go ahead.
If someone was out there posting the location of my car and everywhere that I went, I would expect nothing to happen on Twitter, because they don't have anyone left to actually stop it from happening. Nor, if they did have anyone left with Elon there, would he give a literal damn. He wouldn't do anything at all. The only reason why he cares about this is because it affects him.
Because it's his, exactly.
Which is the problem, is that he has a different mentality of what Twitter should be doing for everyone else, but himself. He's excluded from that. Yep. And sure,
and that's the issue.
He can do whatever he wants with it, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to agree just simply because you own it and you can do whatever you want with it. All right, I'm still saying you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, so, I mean the shutting down of the spaces, because if that's what really happened, it's kind of ridiculous if you kind of think about it. You know what I mean? He got in a space, he didn't agree with what was being said. He's like, I'm just gonna shut everything down. It's kind of weird, man. Like, settle down a little bit. So I kind of understand that.
And as much as Twitter used to be screwing up, Jack Dorsey, that's his name. As much as Twitter was screwing up, you could tell that Jack was just trying his best, and he was overwhelmed. Clearly, every time you saw him, like, he started being the Twitter CEO, he was clean cut, buttoned up. Towards the end of his tenure, the dude looked like he barely had a home. Like, scraggly beard, he barely wore clothes. He was
right. I've seen some things, man.
Seriously, it's almost like Jack Dorsey went through a presidential round. He came in looking like spry, ready to go. Towards the end of his tenure, he was ready, get me out of here.
Jack Dorsey looks like he's too old for this shit.
Exactly. See, and even though he kept, obviously, he didn't do right by Twitter, but he was trying, and you could tell, and it was causing him sleepless nights. Whereas Elon is just like, I'm gonna do me.
The FBI,
you don't like it? Too bad.
The FBI knocked on his door and said, "You're gonna play ball, son." No,
you know what I mean? But okay. Before I move into the gaming stories proper, I want to go gaming adjacent a little bit, because we're still in the tech drop section. I just want a real high, kind of high level, what you guys think. The next Steam Deck. The Verge talked to Valve, had a quick chat with them. They're looking to upgrade, obviously. The next version, there's a full in-depth conversation about it. I will leave all these links in the show notes so you can actually read it for yourself.
Basically like a Steam Deck Pro. They said they're not talking about performance.
Exactly. That's why I want to bring this up. They just want to make the screen better, and they want to make the battery better. But everything else stays exactly the same. Now, I know that most
upgrade, right?
I'm sorry.
That's not enough to upgrade for me, right? I don't want to.
That's my question. Like, if they increase the battery life, which they can definitely do, right? They'll increase the battery life. Maybe they'll OLED the screen. Who knows? Is that enough to replace your baby with the new baby?
Nope.
No, but it's enough for new.
I'm in the bag. I'm in the bag. I'll get it. Yeah. I'll upgrade. That battery is atrocious.
It's enough for new. It's enough for new people, like Everborn pointed out. I haven't gotten it yet, so if they have a better screen and a better battery, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not upgrading mine. I'm good with mine. I mean, I don't use it as often as some other people do because I'm more of a stationary gamer. I mean, I work from home too, so I don't actually. When I'm out and about, I'm too busy to actually pull out this big long Steam Deck and start playing games while I'm out. I just don't have the time. So like literally when I play I'm actually at home. And it's just like maybe I'll pull it out and play it while I'm sitting
pull it out,
the kids watch the movie. Pause again, right?
That big.
but okay. Yeah, it's not enough of an upgrade for me to do that.
So let me share this with you guys, and of course, I'm self-serving. I'm a big Steam Deck guy. I love my Steam Deck. I have been using this thing called the Deckmate, which is right back here. It's a little plastic kind of thing that attaches to it. And then it gives you capabilities that you didn't have before. So now I can have a kickstand with it. And purposely for this conversation, the reason why I say it's not, reason why I agree with y'all that it's not a good enough upgrade, because you can just do this.
Yeah, now it weighs 100 pounds. That's the thing.
And now it weighs a bit more. But then you have 3 times the battery. So what you complaining about?
And it's still a better Switch than the actual Switch. So.
Funny story. I was actually laying down 2 nights ago on the couch over here, and I was playing the Steam Deck over my face, and that thing, boom! I was like, oh my god, thank God I didn't.
And it gave you a concussion, didn't it?
That thing's like a brick.
Okay, we're done. We're done here. Clearly, we've drained this monster. Pause. But let me.
That was worse.
I don't know. I don't know how much of a leg I have to stand on because I just got this Apple Watch Pro, and I'm the furthest thing from an athlete with all these features, but I got it just for the battery life. So if you tell me you have a Steam Deck that has
awesome battery life,
that might be enough for me.
That might be. It might be. We shall see. Myself and Mr. John Wolf, we are still pining for the Razer Edge, which is coming out soon.
We're getting it,
brother. You and I, we're gonna connect and do some reviews.
Good luck with that. Any kind of Razer hardware. Good.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Mr. SloMoBackSlap hates Razer for the right reasons.
I'm super excited about it. The streaming capabilities. I'll be using Moonlight up to 144 hertz. Gonna be. I think it's gonna be sweet.
I can't wait to hear the complaints. I am.
They're always gonna be some.
I can't wait for them to buy it, rave about it for 2 weeks, and then
never use it again,
and then put it away.
Put it away and never use it again. I understand. Okay. Let's get to the gaming talk proper. We don't have too much in the way of news because I don't want to go through all the mishigas of the news. Of course, we may talk ABK because we have Everborn Saga here, but I want to talk about 2023. We are all gamers here. We have been here for the longest time. We've seen what 2021 brought. We saw what 2022 brought. Not much. And now we see some TBDs and some already pointed out 2023 schedules. What I want to know, and we're like 2 hours and some odd in, we're going to still keep going. But what I want to know, and I'm going to go down the line, I want you guys, and I think by and large, we all play PlayStation. We all play Xbox, right? Most of us are both Xbox, and some play PC, some not. That's fine.
Yuck. Sorry.
Stop it. Some play PC, some don't. That's fine. But I guess what I want to know, and we'll get into the dates and releases, but just from you guys, what game? And I'll start from the bottom. I'll start with Umbra. What game can you say represents, like, every year when a year comes and goes, we have one game that we go, oh yeah, that was the year of this. Mm-hmm. What game this year is your game of the year? I think I know. Mm-hmm. And give me your excitements for 2023, whether that be PlayStation, whether that be Xbox, whether that be both, whether that be PC. What do you see in 2023 that you go, yep, that's going to be the game of that year, as Elden Ring is the game of this year? I suspect that's what you're going to say, right?
You suspected correct. Elden Ring was absolutely the game of this year. I don't think many can make an argument against that. And I liken it to, you look at, I think, generational phenomena, right? You have The Witcher 3. You have Red Dead Redemption 2. Those are clear standouts of the 8th gen. No other game touches those as far as the height of what those did and how it elevated the platforms or the genre of or gaming, in my honest opinion. I think Elden Ring, it had a good grip on gaming, but not just as us as hardcore gamers, because it's a Souls type, so it's a hardcore kind of game. But to see how it reached even the casuals, and to see how it was all over the place in TikTok, and every other video you scrolled up to was Elden Ring. For that to happen, it was just culturally gigantic, right? So you look at something like God of War, which some people will throw out there. God of War is good to you. God of War is not good to everybody as Elden Ring was good to everybody. Not to everybody, but you get what I mean. And right now, nobody's really talking about God of War right now. And I don't say that to dismiss it. I gave it a 9 out of 10, although I think it's really probably an 8.5 out of 10. But I gave it the 9. I want to be extra about it. But you look at those games, and to me, just the cultural how Elden Ring pulled so many into it is why it deserved to be game of the year. Even beside that, I mean, I can go obviously into the game itself, the mechanics, the open world design of how you can choose to do what you want to do and things of that nature. All those things are why, but I'm just saying culturally, it just swept gaming for so long.
Play it, by the way, were you PC? Were you console? Where'd you play it?
On console. I played it on the Series X.
Okay.
Yeah, and I played through it twice. I have 300 hours into that. It's a magnificent game. Magnificent game. Not a masterpiece to me, but it's a magnificent game. When I look at 2023, I'll be honest with you, and I hate to sound kumbaya, but man, everybody's going to be eating good next year. I mean, you go from Nintendo from Zelda, you go to Sony with Spider-Man 2 and all the other games they have.
Didn't we hear news of Spider-Man 2 definitely coming from Insomniac this year?
We did. Yeah.
And when Insomniac speaks, I listen.
They confirmed.
Insomniac speaks, I listen. So if that's definitely coming this year, that's some exciting times.
Insomniac is money. They
absolutely,
indeed.
Nobody delivers at a higher quality on a consistent basis than Insomniac does.
Yep.
I agree. Yep, 100%.
Yeah, and
Sony will tell you that. Oculus will tell you that. Heck, even back in the day, Microsoft and Xbox will tell you that.
Yeah.
Insomniac has a good reputation. So yes,
they do.
100% agree. Yeah.
And not only are they consistent, they're pretty quick in getting out what they got to get out, right? So that's the thing.
Multiple projects at the same time.
Absolutely.
All this stuff. Yeah. They're very, very good at that.
Their process is amazing. They need to honestly, a lot of publishers and developers should be poaching Insomniac and trying to figure out the process of how they get out.
I think the thing is their talent retention is off the board too, right?
Yeah,
right.
We got a lot of people that just want to go back there.
So true.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Look at here. Shout out to
Drew from it.
I was just about to say, shout out to Drew.
That's exactly what
that man went crawling right back. He was like, "No, sir, this is not what I'm used to.
Right.
I'm going back where things are stable."
You left us before.
I think they need to send some spies in there to just understand what their workflow is. Because
yes, absolutely. Because it seems like they even in like VR and places where you think because you hear this company that makes this type of game is now making that type of game, you raise your eyebrow. You hear Insomniac is making, I don't know, whatever the hell they want, you go, yeah, sure, Insomniac can do it. They seem to be able to do everything while others don't seem to be able to
I made a video about them a couple years ago. And I did a lot of research on the name of the video. I said this is PlayStation's best studio. That's the name of the video.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I found a lot of interviews from them, from a lot of people that work for them. The reason why they're so fast with things and of high quality is that they use their high quality tools in various different ways. So a lot of like the weapon wheel, for example, that you see in Spider-Man is the same weapon wheel that is present in Sunset Overdrive, Ratchet and Clank. Like they are masters.
You correct me if I'm wrong here, Slow-Mo. I hear a lot of Spider-Man's backbone comes from the Xbox exclusive game.
Yes, Sunset Overdrive. The verticality, the verticality they developed in the game design of Sunset Overdrive, they adapted that
and the
make
locomotion
things a little bit
and all
faster.
Of that.
Yes, and then put that into Spider-Man.
I'll also add that Ratchet and Clank took some of that from that too, the DNA from that,
right?
The rail scaling the rails and such as he does.
Yes, they are very good at adapting the tools that they create and using them in various different ways. And they also are like, whenever someone has an idea, whether you're just the level designer or whether you
they're
are
very, very
top
inclusive
creative.
as far as idea gathering within that studio. I've heard as well.
There are
it's not about a hierarchy. Anyone can come up with an idea.
There are no dumb suggestions. Everything is listened to, and if it's a good idea, it gets implemented. Period. And so like they're very, very good at that.
Which is why Wolverine is interesting, because from all the characters they could have chosen from, Wolverine is more brawler based,
grounded
in that aspect. Yeah. So it's gonna be really interesting to see what they come up with.
So here's a I want to know if there's gonna be a Wolverine cameo to kind of lead us into the Wolverine,
like into Spider-Man.
Yeah. But my question. So next year is gonna be super, because like when we're talking about like what are going to be the standouts of the year. Right, we're talking about a year where Spider-Man 2 is going to come out, Starfield is going to come out, and I'm just going off the pedigree of Bethesda to mention.
Is it though?
Starfield.
No, I'm just playing. I just being messy.
This man,
it's a valid question. No. So, but between Tears of the Kingdom, Spider-Man 2, and then Starfield, that's going to be like a battle of the ages in terms of
absolutely.
And
you know what? Slow, real quick, everyone. I will let you come back. Slow, I know you were speaking. Hit me with your greatest hits of this year. Don't say it's Elden Ring again. If it is, it is. And then give me what you think next year's will be.
Well, I've been running a little. I've only beat 26 games this year. I'm normally a lot higher.
Only
I normally do around 35 to 40 games beat in a year.
I may have beaten 8 games this year.
And by the way, real quick, Slow-Mo, I know to speak to Slow-Mo's point, I know the man is right, because I checked. You know, at the end of the year they do this. Hey, this is how much time you spent on PlayStation. This is how much time you spent on Xbox. This is how much time you spent on Twitch. Guess how many hours I spent watching Slow-Mo content? Over 100 hours, sir. You are the #1 channel I watched this year. So
that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw it a few days ago. I'm like, Slow got a lot of time from me.
Slow-Mo, you have a family and a full-time job.
How the hell do you do it?
Doing this? When does this happen?
Go home and be a family man.
I don't sleep. It's a problem.
Christ.
I average maybe about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. That's
clearly. Clearly, absolutely.
But look, I'll go through a couple of games that we brought. Elden Ring is my game of the year. I spent, according to because I played it on PlayStation, according to my stats on PlayStation, 440 hours in the game. I beat the game 4 different times with 4 different characters, 4 different playthroughs. It's my game of the year. But outside of that, some games that I played this year, not all of them came out this year.
And by the way, for those who are watching the visuals, I'm scrolling through literally 2022's games just to give you a sense of the games that came out this year. Continue, Mr. Slow-Mo. Go ahead.
Tales of Arise. I played on PC. Freaking awesome game. A little long.
That was in 2021. 2022.
They did come out at the end of 2021, but I didn't get to it to 2022.
Yeah, understood. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's just the game that I played through this year that I really enjoyed. Sifu, I also enjoyed the difficulty and in that game, and really, like, if you were not so familiar with fighting games, as I haven't and haven't been in a while,
Sifu
like that
will
game.
Mark you over and over and over again, but you'll keep going back because it's a brilliant game.
It will beat you into
Absolutely.
shape. Disco Elysium. I know that game's a little older, but I played it for the first time this year. Absolutely excellent. I see why Obsidian saw that game and was like, we can do something like that. We could definitely do that and actually, just like do something
And
similar.
by and large, those who played it say that it by and large worked. Pentiment.
Yeah, Pentiment works. I still think Disco Elysium is a better game, but
it's more stylish. More. Gives you more.
Yeah, it gives you more completely original story, and the dialogue is excellent. It's great.
Perfect on Steam Deck, by the way.
As Thus Falls.
Oh yeah.
As Thus Falls, I think had one of the better stories this year. I think in the Video Game Awards show,
that might be the biggest surprise this year, because we were shitting all over that game. I'm sorry. And then playing it, like, I agree with you. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that developer, that game was published by Xbox Games Publishing. I think that developer is a developer that Xbox leadership, if they have any ounce of common sense, they will be looking to complete that story, because the way it ended, clearly there needs to be more to it, part two to the book 3, so to speak,
and give them a better budget.
Yes, give them a better budget so they can fully animate these characters. Let them expand their studio out so they can actually, like, as all games are, enter in all of the ideas that they had with that game and really wanted to like dive into, and potentially look at acquiring that developer, because they do something that Xbox first party does not have. This is like your kind of Telltale. Yeah, one there's that, but like it's like a Telltale kind of game, and
it is a Telltale game without following the Telltale's, like, cloning the Telltale style. Yeah, right. They've been able to carve their own niche. You're absolutely right. Keep going.
Yeah.
Hey, SloMo, can I just say I never trusted who. What you see in the end of the game.
Oh yeah,
no spoilers.
Clearly,
no spoilers.
Yeah. No spoiler. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I do.
I'll speed this up real quick though. Call of the Lamb,
go ahead.
addictive as hell.
Oh yeah,
awesome.
Do you think it was robbed?
Yes. Call of the Lamb should have been, if that was my nominee, the token indie nominee for the Video Game Awards. That's the one I thought should have been up there instead of Stray. Stray is, I think, overrated. That's just me. Road 96 was awesome. I enjoyed that. Great sound, great OST. Music was awesome. I mean, those, and then of course, like, God of War Ragnarok was freaking awesome as well. Probably, again, one of the better stories that I played this year. Next year, well, I'm looking forward to next year. Right off the gate, Fire Emblem Engage. Like, Fire Emblem 3 Houses back in 2019 was my game of the year. Back in 2019, that game is awesome. I can't wait for the next one. I'm gonna love it on my Steam Deck.
That's January, like early on.
Early January.
I will love it on the Steam Deck as well, good sir. Just saying.
Deliver Us Mars.
Oh wow! Yes.
So that's the sequel to Deliver Us the Moon.
Deliver Us the Moon. Yes.
Yo, that game was an indie sleeper. I think that game's awesome. I can't.
Shout out to the Dutch developers. Another Dutch developer, just like Gorilla.
Atomic Heart, Hogwarts Legacy.
Yep.
There's so many. I don't care for Zelda. I know a lot of people might be like, I'm sorry.
Everborn Saga just stabbed you. It stabbed your little doll with a.
Wow. You know what? Knowing you, SloMo, that makes sense.
Oh, stop it.
No, look.
SloMo's about to now do a Link getting slapped down.
No, look. I finally realized why certain RPGs that people love, I don't like. And it was after playing the new update Witcher 3 and then realizing this is really boring. I don't like Witcher 3. I don't like, I'm not going to say all RPGs like this, but for the most part, RPGs that don't have a party, I don't like.
So you want an RPG with a crew?
Yes.
With like different classes and everything else.
I am loving Chained Echoes right now. It's in Game Pass. Play that game. It's like a love letter to Chrono Trigger. It's so good.
Okay.
It's a party though. Chrono Trigger is my favorite game of all time. There's a party. Final Fantasy VI, best Final Fantasy. There's a party. Mass Effect. You have a squad. Dragon Age, you have a team. It's like any of those RPGs that have a group, I'm into those. Zelda, Link running around by himself with this really basic Nintendo story. Pass, skip. Sorry, not me. I'm just saying.
I know a lot of people Genshin has treaded that ground. I hope they innovate somewhere else, because the rose is off the bloom at this point. Genshin basically took what you started. You took that hot line and made it a hot song, right? I hope.
What are you talking about?
They took the essence of Breath of the Wild and made Genshin Impact out of it, right? So clearly they're gonna have to innovate with part 2.
I don't know if I would say that.
You don't agree?
No. Listen. My 12-year-old probably has thousands of hours in that game.
In Genshin, okay.
I have maybe 4 hours in that game.
Okay.
It's not. They're doing something very different from Breath of the Wild, and I actually think I still to this day am amazed that it's effectively the same game on mobile that it is on PC
that is on
and
console.
And it is not like
Super
it changed my world view of what a mobile game could be. And the only reason I didn't stick with that is because I thought like it's one of those things. This thing's gonna suck me in, and I'm basically not gonna play any other games this year. if I play
it's gonna suck all your money. Being
that. Well, yes, but so the point is,
everyone, before you finish, I just want to finish up so he can get to somebody else. Final Fantasy 16, can't wait for that, and Redfall. Those are the games that I can't wait for. I think Suicide Squad is going to be a massive miss. I guess I don't know why. I have a very I'm kind of nervous about that game. I don't like the way they came out defending their sister studio at 30 frames per second. I don't like how I haven't seen any gameplay yet, and that game's supposed to be coming out, and I think
very soon,
May. So it's like the same reason I don't like the fact that Xbox hasn't shown much of anything from the 3 games they have coming out in the next 6 months. I gotta give the same smoke to Rocksteady because they ain't showing us any gameplay for this game. So I don't know what's going on.
Rocksteady ain't put out a game in damn near a decade, but
right. So I'm a little leery about those, but otherwise, look, I'm gonna have a lot to play next year. We already know how it is, right?
Starfield, by the way, leading 2023 for me.
I want to talk about Starfield for a second because I think.
Go ahead, everyone. Yeah.
Like, I think personally, I might be more excited for Redfall than Starfield, which sounds weird.
Me too. Oddly enough, me too.
I didn't care about Redfall when they first announced it, and then they started doing the vid docs, which is what I think Xbox should do to unveil their games, because that's the first time where I wasn't excited about a game. They released like some standalone video content about it, and now I'm excited, and I think they should do that for more of their games coming out. But that being said, I think Starfield is going to be, it might be the most important game next year. And not
Xbox, sure.
Not because it will be like the best game next year. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I think that it will signify whether Xbox is actually coming to play or not.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
So we already know what Spider-Man is going to do. It's going to be amazing. It might be the best game of the year, right? We already know
Spider-Man 2. Yeah, that was good as well. Yeah.
Right. So we already know, or we already expect that Tears of the Kingdom is going to be great for those sane people that actually like Zelda, unlike some of our friends here. So we know that, right? And we know what Bethesda's pedigree is, right? This is why we talk about Starfield in such high regard. But in terms of being first-party exclusive new IP, like I think it really tells us that now whether or not Xbox is actually like playing for keeps and playing. So I think Starfield is going to be a real kind of industry moment, because it says that the game is no longer, Nintendo and Sony. And I think that's why a lot of eyeballs are going to be
By the way, real quick, while you're talking, I'm scrolling through this thing, and all the to be announced, the games that are there but don't have dates, there's a lot, bro.
Yeah, but if they don't have dates, are they really coming out looking like how?
Well, this is Game Informer. They did the same thing around this time last year for 2022, and
they fill it in as they go.
Yeah, they fill in as like when the game gets a release date, it gets pushed.
It's just surprising to me that right now, like with 2023, literally next week or two away, there's still so many that need to be filled in.
Yeah, because we know we're in the state of delays. But anyway, so for 2022, I talked about this already. Elden Ring is Game of the Year. It's one of the greatest experiences I've had gaming in several years. But going forward, to me, next year obviously is going to be all about Tears of the Kingdom. it's obviously going to be about again how important Starfield is and what it represents.
Where will you be playing Tears of the Kingdom, by the way?
Well, we'll see how good the emulation is. I'd like to be playing it on the Steam Deck.
That's a good question.
But the thing is, the other thing though about that is I have almost never played the Switch undocked. Like I want to play Tears of the Kingdom on a TV screen. I don't want to look at it on a 7-inch screen. So if I play it on the Steam Deck, it would be docked.
Yeah, you have a dock.
Yeah, but I don't know how like the.
I mean, if you really want to go crazy and play it the way it should be played, you would take the same emulation software, put it on your 3080 PC, and play it there, where you'll get 4K 60 frames. But that's neither here nor there.
Listen, that's not out of the realm of possibility. So those are, I think, going to be the biggest games for me next year that will get the most of my time. Is going to be Tears of the Kingdom and Spider-Man 2. Redfall, I'm more interested in it than I am excited about it, if that makes sense.
Okay. But you do realize Redfall is very heavy.
I didn't mean Redfall.
Right?
I didn't mean Redfall. I meant Starfield.
No, I know you're a big fan of Redfall. Like you're saying how Redfall is exciting to you, and it is to me as well. But I guess my question to you is, you do realize that although you can play it single player, that game is really meant as a co-op shooter.
Yeah, but I don't like people.
So how you gonna fare with that?
No. We're gonna find out. They say it's still able to be played.
It's still playable. Yeah. That's
true. So I'm not, after playing the demo for Wulong, I'm less excited about it.
Okay.
That demo was very buggy to me.
Yeah,
it had a lot of issues.
I mean, it's a demo for a game that's not releasing till next year, and they barely have a release date. So
Yeah. Hopefully they fix a lot of those problems. Forspoken.
No,
not so much.
Woo! That's on nobody's bingo card. But anyway, Diablo 4 is another huge one that I'm looking forward to. Like super excited about that. And I haven't played a Diablo game maybe since Diablo 2 on PC.
You didn't play 3?
I didn't play Diablo 3.
Oh man, 3
is good now. You should definitely play 3. 3 is
but like that's like one of my most anticipated for the year. I don't think Stalker 2 is coming out. I see Umbra had that in his list. I think Stalker 2 gets pushed back until 2024. Another thing that I'm super excited for is the second half of 2023, right?
Which is funny because that second half of 2023, it's funny you bring that up because even the Game Informer's list ends in July. And then everything else is TBD. So there is no second half of 2023 that anyone can
no wonder with all this like nuclear stuff in Russia and all that, will there be a second half of 2023? No. Street Fighter 6 Tekken. I'm trash at fighting games. Super excited for those. I still don't care about Hogwarts Legacy. I'm not a Harry Potter guy.
Okay.
Right?
Lord of the Rings it's got some very comparable systems in that game though.
I get it, but I don't think I'm gonna try it, but I don't know. The other thing is like on Umbra's list here, and Umbra, I don't mean to take your shine. I'm just looking at it in the chat right in front of me, but Flintlock looks super interesting, right? And then Ravenlock also looks interesting, but those are the smaller games.
2 locks.
And then Final Fantasy 16, I think it says 6 months on PlayStation, but I feel like it's not coming to Xbox.
Stop it.
It's going to PC after 6 months.
Exactly. So I don't
let it go.
Yeah.
If you're there for Final Fantasy, better play it on PlayStation. Just move.
Yeah. So that will be played on PlayStation. I have to finish Final Fantasy 7 Remake, which I'm a good ways through, but Rebirth, it's crazy that that's also coming out in 2023, like Rebirth and 16.
Well, yeah, that's true. And even Ever Crisis, the iOS thing, also.
Nah, who knows? I don't care about that. After I had all those praises for Genshin. No, and then you have what's it called? Forza Motorsport. That's gonna be like a tech demo for me because I'm not really into racing games. So I'm gonna play it just to marvel at the ray tracing. and then put it down after like an hour.
And never touch it again. Yes.
What is this Like a Dragon, Gaiden? What is that?
The Like a Dragon, it's basically, isn't it basically, what do you call it? Yakuza. They're changing the Yakuza name because technically Yakuza means like a dragon. So now they're just going to call it Like a Dragon.
Yeah, everything going forward that was Yakuza is now Like a Dragon.
It's they're basically using the translated name as the name moving.
But there's one that is like it takes place in feudal Japan. That's the one.
Yeah, they're doing lots of different things. No, I don't think
that's not that. I don't think that's it.
No, okay, there's another one. Yeah.
All right, so then you have
they're turning the Like a Dragon idea into Final Fantasy. Multiple different stories. They don't connect, but they're all like a dragon.
I know you guys got to give some love to Killer Clowns from Outer Space, man. Come on,
Thank you, sir. Killer Clowns from Outer. Who watched that movie in the '80s? I used to watch it on USA Network every weekend. I was like freaking 5 or 6 or something. Anyway, it is hilarious to me that this IP can get a shot, whereas some of those tried and true IPs we've wanted for a long time still can't. It's really hilarious to me. Anyway.
Then there's also that game that Capcom showed off like 2 years ago.
Yeah. With the baby walking in Times Square kind of thing.
Yeah, super weird, but I'm interested in it. And then you have I don't care about Dune Spice Wars because it's like an MMO. So I mean that I'll leave that one to Slow-Mo. Surprised that wasn't on your list, by the way.
It's a. I don't know the dev.
Even Slow can't depend.
So it's like I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, Shiro Games. Like I don't know you, bro. Like you better do good by my IP. That's all I know.
You better hope they do, because you will not hear the end of it from me, sir.
Oh boy!
I wasn't out here capping saying that was going to outsell Spider-Man 2 or something.
Okay.
So
all right. Excuse me.
While you're here, Slow-Mo, do you think his knees are mine? I think you think his.
Oh
knees
yeah.
You
should put his knees up on your mantle. You know,
right over there, right over there.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not the 31st or the 25th yet, but sure.
Continue.
Whatever you say. And then go through the list, because I'm gonna see it when it comes up. I can't remember the name of it.
Let's see.
No, keep going.
Volcano High, Killer Clowns, like we said, Kerbal Space Program. I actually like Lightyear Frontier. Looks interesting.
Oh, okay. Now there's that game from Nexon. It's like this open world Unreal Engine 5 third person kind of Destiny style game. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yes, the First Descendant. I played it actually. I played it in the closed beta. It is a mix of Destiny, a mix of Anthem, and a mix of Outriders.
But is it the right
Not
mix?
on the list.
It's the most beautiful looter shooter there is. That's one.
Really?
I give it that. The story is competent and it makes sense. It's a better written story than what you get from Destiny, at least from early, when Destiny first starts. They've got a good foundation there. I think it could be really good. It's definitely something I've multiple times since the beta closed. I wish I could play it again. That lets me know that it's got some potential there.
Yeah, so that is a high on my list. And finally, before you move on from me, we saw the trailer for this at the Game Awards. Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, which that name is a mouthful.
Okay.
The game looks spectacular.
Like that is up there in my top 5 most anticipated for next year. So if you, a lot of people think, and it's not the first person.
The first one?
I have not, but I saw this trailer, and I'm super hyped for it. Can you show?
You should play the first one. The first one's still good, even now.
Put the trailer on the screen. Let the people see it, because a lot of people think that I'm talking about the Warhammer 40K Dark Tide, which is a completely different thing. Space Marine 2,
which is also very good, but it's different. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Space Marine 2 is a different beast than the others. Yeah, no, you're right. Let me put I have the Steam page for it right here. Let me see here. Yeah, there you go. So let's play a little bit of this trailer real quick here. Oh, if I can get it to play. There you go. without audio because I don't want to mess with the audio. But yes, it looks absolutely fantastic. Everborn, I think you should play the first one. It is also on Steam, and I think I said this to you already. You can find it for a steal at this point. It was the 360, like, you know, back in the day, 360 version of the game, but you can get the PC version on Steam. Plays amazing on Steam Deck. Kind of preps you for what you're going to get in this one. Obviously, graphics are so much better in this one than the other, but the gameplay, the moment to moment, is still really great in the first one. So people said it was amazing. I tried it out on Steam Deck, and I think it still holds up. Graphically, obviously, it's a little bit less than, but still.
How was Darkside, by the way? The one that just came out?
I've been hearing good things about it.
I'm really liking Darktide.
Yeah, I need to install it.
Yeah, I'm really liking Darktide. I wanna play with people because the first like I would say the first hour or first 30 minutes to an hour is the prologue, which you can play by yourself and bots, and you can play the whole thing with bots. But I feel like the way that game goes, the way they throw the enemies, the amount of enemies they throw at you, you need humans to really help you like traverse that world, because you could get murked easily. They just swarm the screen with crazy, as you see here in this trailer. Same thing in Darktide, but like the graphics, I've only played on PC, obviously, because only the PC version's out on Game Pass. But beautiful video game. If you haven't had a chance to try it out, it's on Game Pass PC.
Mm-hmm. On PC. Interesting.
What's that?
No, I'm just saying.
Visually next year. Visually, Space Marines 2 looks spectacular, though.
Yes.
I'm personally super excited for all the horror themed games that we got coming up. They're showing horror fans a lot of love lately. You know, Callisto Protocol.
Speak on it, John. What game do you look forward to? Yeah.
Back to start with 2022, man. Everybody's pretty much said all the top games, you know, that obviously everybody tried out and ran through, and they absolutely deserve a place to be mentioned by everyone in the community. But you know, I'll give some love to a game like Callisto Protocol, because my favorite generation of gaming is the Xbox 360 and PS3 during those days. And what I appreciate, especially now considering the time that I have to play games, are your linear 8 to 10 hour solid, you know, games that have a story to be told,
beginning, middle, end.
You know, and sometimes I'm in the mood for that. And Callisto, for some reason, it was perfect. It was exactly what I was in the mood for and what I had the time to play. So it really made me kind of miss those type of games. You know what I'm saying? Next year we got, you know, I'll start off. I'm a huge wrestling fan, so right off the bat, AEW, Fight Forever. Supposedly it's borrowing heavily from the Nintendo 64 days, the No Mercies of the world and stuff like that. That was like the golden age of wrestling games. I remember having get-togethers with my cousins, and we would have matches over championships and stuff every week. So it was a big thing for us. We're gonna all get together and play the AEW game when it comes out. Resident Evil 4 remake, man, is the big one for me next year. It's honestly the one that I'm most excited for. Even, you know, I am very excited for Starfield, and it does, but I kind of I've put it in my mind where I'm setting expectations. You know what I'm saying? Because if you set the expectations to be so high that Starfield is going to be this new thing that no one has ever seen before, experienced before, I think that you're setting yourself up for disappointment, to be honest with you. I think that you need to understand that the game is going to be, from the time that they're taking and the delays that they did, I think that ultimately it's going to end up being a good thing for the game, because I think that the game, when it releases, whenever it releases in 2023, I think it's going to be the best version of that game. Where if it would have released earlier this year, you're probably going to get one of your traditional Bugfesta games. That's being real. So I kind of
might still get that, but we'll
maybe,
see.
but
oh, stop it.
Varying degrees of Bugfest is what I like.
More time is better. We get you.
I'd like to think
but John makes a point. The later the version, the better the chance of the game being good. So continue, John.
Yeah. So I think that with that state of mind going into it, realistic expectations, I think the game's going to deliver. I hearing Todd Howard speak on the latest interview that he did, I think he understands that this is a big deal. and he's not taking it lightly, and neither is Microsoft. So I think that they're going to deliver on that. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Diablo 4, as Everborn and Umbra mentioned, it's up there right below Resident Evil 4 for me. You got Suicide Squad. SloMo's right. It's right now it's a little suspect, okay? But I'm still excited for it because, man, Rocksteady, the level of pedigree that they bring to this industry with that Batman franchise that they completely revolutionized superhero games. They got my benefit of the doubt. I think that also I'm optimistic on that title. Atomic Heart looks like the next evolution of BioShock. Kay Asante, I think you've been high on that game as well. And Spider-Man 2 is going to close out the year probably. That's going to be Sony's big game, which they're going to deliver on that too. Insomniac, and at the end of next year, I think that there is so much. I think that 2023 it's going to be summarized as the year that everything that got delayed finally came out. And it's going to be just one thing after another, because as much as we don't really downplay it as a community, but we got to mention it. The pandemic really delayed things here. We're 2 years. I would consider 2 years delayed, because of the pandemic. So I think 2023, man, is finally the year, the breakout year for a lot of things, for a lot of games, for a lot of developers. And I am an Xbox-centric gamer. I do believe that 2023 is finally this year where Xbox gets over the hump, where you start seeing these titles come out on a cadence that they become dependable, that you can say, hey, you know what? Xbox is starting to hit their stride here. That's what I think. And we gotta talk about it, right? The ABK deal next year. It's more than likely, hopefully, going to close, or it's going to get denied.
Piece of the puzzle.
Yeah. So we'll get there, and we'll talk about that. But that's gonna dominate the headlines again, unfortunately, until this gets settled, because every week it's a little nugget. So 2023 is gonna be super, super good, man. Super hyped for it, and there's a lot of good games coming, guys.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a golden year of gaming, I think.
So, Tay,
we did kind of say that when we were coming into 2022, and then everything out of 2022 got pushed to 2023. So we'll see what happens.
Indeed.
Oh, why be a downer?
So, Ty, I don't know if you're here, Ty.
Yeah, I'm still here.
You're off video. Yes, awesome. How about you give us your take? The game that literally took your life this year, right? The game that you can say by all accounts you played so much of that's your game, and the game any platform that you are excited about for 2023. Something that maybe we all know, something that maybe we don't know. Shoot, go for it.
So for 2022, it has to be Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I was actually quite disappointed that it didn't win RPG of the year, but I mean, I get it. Elden Ring was there, so I mean, it was always going to be hard to take that down. But I think Monolith Soft did an amazing job. I think if you play the first Xenoblade game, second one as well, like you can see like they're just improving every single sequel they make, right? And I think from a Nintendo perspective, anyway, it's probably one of the best first party studios. The Xenoblade IP is probably one of the best first party games out there. So Xenoblade for sure for me. 2023 is going to be,
and that's part 3 for this year.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we have a bit of a delay in this. Yeah, we have.
No, I hear him. I hear him just
You're
fine.
saying, so for 2020. Oh, then it might be me. It might be my connection. So you're saying 2022 Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is your game of the year.
Yeah,
my
correct.
question is, you played that on the Switch, right?
Put that on the Switch,
Okay.
yeah.
I played that on the Steam Deck, and it was very good. I played.
I didn't know how to make that transition, to be honest.
You have to learn this thing about Kay Asante is that anytime you mention a Switch game, you will not miss the opportunity to tell you, well, I played it on the Switch.
But on a superior
And
console.
every time you and one thing you will also learn about me, every time
And it
you
deserves
mention
to be
the Switch,
mentioned.
I must call it the abacus, because that's what it is. It is an abacus. They need to upgrade it, and until they do, I will.
But
not
tell me
play
though,
this.
like, so for example, when you play
please.
Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on the Steam Deck, like, what are the major improvements overall?
I mean, smooth, solid 60 frames per second. Like,
okay,
locked. You know, no graphical hitches, no pop-ins. You know, smooth, locked 60 frames. If you want to change up your control scheme, you can literally go into the background and make any button do anything else you want. It's very much a dynamic solution for it. It's pretty good.
Did you enjoy the game?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's absolutely great. I haven't finished through it yet because I'm doing it in sips, you know, little by little. But every time I continue playing it, I'm always like, I'm stunned at the fact that this thing works as well as it does emulated every time.
See, I don't think he's playing the game for the game on the Steam Deck. He's just trying to see if he can get it to work and then moving on to the next game.
No. Don't get me wrong there, Everborn Saga. There are games that I play just to be like, hey, does this work? You know, the old school stuff, sure. But like, I bought Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and then emulated it. I'm not paying $60 for a game just for experiment. I wanted to play the game. I bought it on the Switch and then moved the SD card.
I've spent $60 and sometimes $70 on a lot of games that ended up being experiments.
On experiments? On experiments.
Horizon Forbidden West.
This is not that for me. I actually genuinely do like Xenoblade Chronicle 3.
Yeah, I think it's such a top tier MRPG, and I'm definitely looking forward to what, not even just Xenoblade, to anything Monolith Soft brings out. I think they tell great stories. I don't know if you got to certain chapters in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, but like it's a very emotional game. It definitely makes you think about certain things. So like, you know, they have a good way of taking you on a wild roller coaster, right? So for 2023, I mean, there's Redfall, there's a few games I'm interested in, but it's primarily going to be Starfield. Sci-fi, anything to do with space, anything to do with like flying ships, talking to aliens, like, you know, that's me. But also from a story perspective, I mean, you know, after
Have you tried No Man's Sky? Just a quick aside.
No, and the reason why No Man's Sky doesn't really catch my attention is because it lacks the RPG element for me. It lacks that kind of story perspective. I just see it as a huge sandbox kind of game, which is fine for those people who are interested in that, but for me, not really. And, you know, after coming off Mass Effect, if you ask me, like, you know, who would you want to make an RPG sci-fi game? And I would have just said Bethesda, you know, because what they did with Skyrim was amazing. And I think that's where I think Everbone was saying it, that like, this is extremely important. I think it's probably the most important game next year. I think we know what to expect from Spider-Man. We know what to expect from any other developer coming out there. But I think this is not just for Microsoft. Like it's gonna be big for Game Pass. That's number one. It's gonna be big for Microsoft. And I think it kind of obviously Microsoft tells like, hey, we're actually playing the game now. You know, this is us entering into this you know, going at Sony and Nintendo. But I think from a gaming perspective, like what game is going to
moment for Microsoft for Xbox,
yeah, exactly. You know, what game is going to come out that could potentially, let's say, do what Elden Ring did, do what Breath of the Wild did. I don't see many names in 2023 that could do that.
Elden Ring. That's a Babe Ruth like pointing towards the dugout right there. Ooh, that is some
it
big
is.
shoes.
But you know, the only two companies
Elden Ring came out and literally killed everything.
But you see, the only three companies I think that can do that right now is CD Projekt Red, and Bethesda, really. Okay. Because they're the two guys out there who I think they can make top tier class RPG games that can like take it to the next level. And
no
I think
Obsidian?
basically, sorry,
no Obsidian.
The reason why I wouldn't say Obsidian is because I don't know. Like, okay, so what was the last game they made?
Outer Worlds.
I'm not too sure if I rather have them have a cautious approach, right? So I think they're great developers, but to kind of give them, let's say, okay, you give them all that finance and you say, okay, fine, make it Outer Worlds 3. I don't want them to go crazy at it, right? I want them to kind of take their time. So with Bethesda, I feel like they know that they know what they're doing 100%. I think they've made huge games. They have a pedigree in this situation, in this field before, right? So obviously we look at Skyrim. I think if anyone's going to do that, if anyone's going to recapture that kind of flame that The Witcher 3 did, Skyrim did, it's going to be Bethesda. So I think it's important for the industry. So I'm really looking at them for that. I think it's them who's going to change things up. Like obviously we play God of War Ragnarok, but I think it's just it's an evolution of the first one, right? Whereas I think Starfield could be a whole new thing. So that's why that's my game of the. Sorry, that's why 2023. I'm looking forward to that game.
Cool, perfect.
I don't know if there's a delay. Can you guys hear me?
So I think I'm having
Okay.
I'm having a delay issue. It's not you, it's me. I'm going to step out and then step back in real quick. While I do, Mr. Everborn Saga, please regale the audience. I'll be right back. What I want to hear from you, sir, is we are and we're still talking games, but what I want to hear is and let me put this on the screen real quick before I go. I want to hear, like, because we've been hearing every time this year, in this year of news, we keep hearing about this whole Bethesda, about this whole thing with hold on, what am I doing here? Yeah, about this whole thing with the ABK stuff and Brad Smith and all this. You keep saying, Everborn, that next year the news will be coming hot and heavier. A lot more is coming out because there's a lot more to be discussed. Tell us what your hypothesis is on when it's coming, how it's coming. Are we talking the whole year, or is this going to be over by the second half of 2023? Please. And I'm going to jump out and jump back.
You might want to hear that, but I'm just going to talk about Sonic Frontiers the whole time. No, I'm joking. It's a joke. We'll talk about this. Okay. No. All right. So where do I start? So this is a link to a video that Bloomberg Technology did with he's not on the screen anymore. But anyway, Brad Smith,
I knew that was going to happen when he leaves. His shared screen's going to leave with him.
Yeah, he took his ball and went home. But so Brad Smith does an interview. He sits down with Bloomberg Technology and he sort of makes the case for why he thinks Microsoft should be able to close the deal, which obviously he's Brad Smith. It's his job to get this deal over the line. And he said some things in that interview that hurt a lot of people's feelings. So
they were all facts.
I posted the video, and this is one of my higher traffic tweets of the year. I think it has like 100.
Send me that thing, and I'll put it on the screen.
There was 100 over 100 retweets, 1,000 likes, 56,000 views, and comments. There's a couple of hundred comments or whatever, and people are crying that Brad Smith said, basically it looked like they trying to portray Microsoft as weak in the industry because Brad Smith said they're last place, and he said we need this to compete. Now, I get it. People will say, they had 20 years to compete. They're a big tech company. But again, that doesn't change the market, right? They are last place in the market. Now, the fact that they got there through their own lack of investment or whatever else, you can have that conversation. But they are last place in the market, right? And my thing is, if you weren't mad at Mr. Jim Dance Moves Ryan for crying and saying, if Microsoft gets Activision, we won't be able to compete because that's just business and he needs to further his own business ends, how can you then be crying and in your feelings about Brad Smith saying something that will further his own business needs, right? It's weird. So let's just come back to what we're talking about here. The FTC, led by Lena Khan, has moved to sue in order to block the deal. Oh, they quoted my tweet.
What the hell? Look at that. I just happened to pull up a website for the link, which is Microsoft's own on MSFT site, right? And guess who they quoted?
Would you look at that?
Hilarious.
Okay, so
way to end the year. Okay, keep going. Go ahead. So I did not plan this.
It's like I kicked the hornet's nest, right?
Oh man, that's amazing.
And all the tears, tears and the retweets and all that. it's crazy. Like I had to mute my Twitter notifications because so many people were commenting on this. Now, here's the facts here, right? We've seen a lot of people speak on this, and I'm not talking about your usual Twitter business analysts. I'm talking about people, former chairs of the FTC, former lawyers. In fact, the lawyer who prosecuted Microsoft in the 90s for their antitrust case has said that the FTC's case is weak because it does not rely on any numbers. It relies on assertions. And, if this were to go in front of a federal judge, maybe a federal judge would be less sympathetic. So that's the reason they're going to their own internal administrative law judge. So the thing is, Microsoft now has to get the deal over the line in the other regulatory jurisdictions. And if they do that, then here's the chess move here. This is how Everborn predicts this thing is going to play out. This lawsuit, being that it's not with a federal judge, being that it's in their own internal court, nothing the FTC has done technically stops Microsoft from closing this deal if they get the approvals in the other jurisdictions, right? So the only way to stop that is if the FTC moves for a preliminary injunction. But in order to get that, they would have to go in front of a federal judge. They haven't done this now, right? Because the deal is not closing eminently. You have to be eminently closing for a federal judge to even consider this. So what I think happens is Microsoft gets the deal over the line in the CMA, in the EU, in China, and wherever else, and then they move to close the deal. That will force the FTC's hand to either move for a preliminary injunction, which would get the case in front of a judge faster, or allow Microsoft to close the deal and then argue in court post-merger to try to unwind it, right? Yep. Now, there's two questions there. Does the FTC, led by Lena Khan, do they take the bait, right? Do they go for the preliminary injunction so that they can get in front of a federal judge, or do they let Microsoft close the deal and then have Microsoft have to go in front of a judge who may be less sympathetic that they didn't wait to close it, right? And the reason the date, because this is very important here too, the date for where Microsoft can go in front of this administrative law judge is not until August 2nd, right? The current deal runs until July 18th or something like that. So Microsoft and Activision would now have to, just extend the agreement. It's not a huge deal, but it may require another vote. And who knows what the Activision shareholders will do? Because if you're paying attention to that stock, a lot of analysts are saying that Activision is undervalued and they recommend it as a buy whether or not the deal goes through. Why is that?
A quick aside on that, and I'll let you continue. That is a very interesting place that Activision finds itself, because it seems that before Microsoft was ready to buy them, they were slipping down in human hell, right? With all the Cortex stuff and all of this. But since Microsoft came in and stopped that narrative, right? Now all of a sudden the stocks are rebounding. Now all of a sudden ABK looks good again. My question, Everborn, and please continue. If this situation presents itself and now that it looks different, people go, screw this deal, the stock looks good again, buy, are we not going to go right back down to that slippery slope with ABK and Bobby Kotick?
Well, here's the thing. Why analysts are recommending Activision as a buy is because analysts believe that they've gone back to the fundamentals, right? If you look at when the offer was made, they were coming off of all the bad lawsuits and personnel things. They were coming off of Vanguard being a mediocre release, right? Yeah. People were leaving World of Warcraft in droves. They hadn't released Diablo Immortal, and a lot of people were not happy about the fact that they were focusing on that mobile game. But now, and then Diablo 4 and Overwatch were delayed, right? That's the environment they found themselves in. But if you look at how 2022 has played out for the company, Overwatch, biggest launch of all time, right? Or for that franchise, right? Same thing with Call of Duty. People seem to be excited again about World of Warcraft. Everybody, like, Diablo Immortal is printing money, and then Diablo 4 is about to come out. So it could be that Activision says, listen, we'll take our $3 billion and take our chances if we meet that deadline. So that, I think that deadline is very important, and that's why they're going to push to get the thing closed in other places. But they may say, listen, it's $95 a share. We want to get out of this thing. We'll give you, a couple of more months to get this thing over the line. I don't know. But I do want to talk about Lina Khan for a second, right? Okay. And a lot of people seemed surprised at what the FTC did. And apparently Brad Smith was surprised because they didn't even sit down and talk about potential remedies for what they were, for the problems that the FTC saw, right? And it seems like a decision was made not really based on the merits or the numbers, but was made based on the size of the deal. Meaning, we don't like you, Microsoft. You're big tech. We don't like
big tech. Bad. Let's fill in the background later.
And something to think about here with Lina Khan, why you should have expected this is, she's 33 years old. I'm not saying that speaks. I'm sure she's smarter than me.
That means she might be a gamer.
Oh, maybe she's a PlayStation gamer. Anyway,
she might be a gamer, just saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
Years old, chances
the
are
thing to think about, though, is that youngest person ever assigned to this role, and she was a law professor at Columbia before taking on this role. Why is that important?
Speak about her thesis.
Her thesis was literally against how big tech is ruining the economy, and it focused on Amazon, right? But that's besides the point. Since she has taken office, and a lot of people don't realize this, she came in 2021 after the deal was announced.
It's already announced,
right?
Yeah.
And when she comes in, like she has said, she doesn't mind losing cases. She doesn't mind bringing cases that will.
She doesn't mind spending the American taxpayers' money to further whatever needs to be furthered.
But here's the problem about it, right? Because they see value in testing the bounds of the law, and why wouldn't a law professor who has been living in theory who now has a chance to look at these things in practice, go and take that theory to test the bounds of the law?
What you're saying is she's been playing with monopoly money all this time. Now she finally gets to use real cash. Hell no, she's not gonna do that.
So effectively, it doesn't matter whether the case is strong, and people keep focusing on, well, this doesn't feel right or fair, and what's right and fair doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What matters is going to be the results here. And if the process takes 2 years to play out, does Microsoft as well as Activision still have the appetite to do this deal? And that is the answer. I don't know. And, it could be that the deal, because they still say they're confident that it will close this year, although I don't hear them saying fiscal 23, which is June for them. They're saying 23 now.
I mean, to the point that you're making, real quick, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but since they did not file that preliminary injunction, right? Microsoft could just be like, well, the CMA and the FT and the EU have both agreed with us. Let's keep it moving. When you're ready to have this fight, FTC, we got the gloves for it.
Well, that could happen. They'd have to slightly amend the contract, because as it stands now, the contract
says all three. Yep.
They need all three approval.
Yep.
But do the Microsoft shareholders want to go through with a deal, with a transaction that requires them to spend nearly $70 billion in cash for an asset that will still be in limbo potentially for another 2 years, or do they want to know if it's theirs, it's theirs? I don't know the answer to that.
So are you leaning more on the side of not? I'm sorry, Ty, go ahead.
I was going to say, I got a question for you.
Yes,
you mentioned their appetite. Do you think that's also based on their secondary plan? Like, do they have someone lined up who can tick the boxes that they want in terms of mobile and legacy titles?
You mean Microsoft?
Yeah, Microsoft, yeah.
So assuming ABK falls flat, plan B.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, that's an interesting question as well, because if we look at the way regulators are posturing around the world, especially while with the current sort of administration that's in the FTC, the current makeup of that commission, it seems like they don't want any acquisitions to happen. And even if you're buying a smaller, my dream is they get Sega, but even if you bought something smaller, they may push back anyway. Right now, I do understand that you really can't make the arguments they're making for anyone but Activision, right? Maybe you can make it for EA.
But as you can already attest, the arguments they're making for Activision is kind of weak sauce. So they might be able to make other arguments for other things, whether it be one developer or a big publisher.
Yeah, but I was thinking, like, if you make the arguments you're making for Activision Blizzard, yeah, they're not strong, right? So if let's say Microsoft takes a step back and then you bring in an EA, for example, at this point, is it more like, okay, if you're going to make the same arguments, now you're just taking the piss. You're kind of like pushing it a bit too much.
But I don't think they care. Now, I should mention this, Gamefly in the chat.
Yeah,
that was one of the points I wanted to come to. So there's a case coming that's already been argued to the Supreme Court, Axon versus the Federal Trade Commission. Now, with this,
they're slow walking. That's right. The lawsuit, right? Yeah.
Right. So the argument is to basically get rid of the administrative law judge process. So where if the FTC sees an issue with the case they're reviewing, it must go directly to a federal judge instead of going to their own in-house administrative law judge. And that's the FTC's law judge. And whatever that judge decides, the FTC can overrule, can appeal their own judge's decision, and then you have to go to a court for another year for that appeal, and then you can appeal that appeal to a federal judge. It's kind
of like that process is kind of like internal navel gazing to waste your time a bit before you get to the actual the actual judge that matters.
It's a lot of bureaucracy. A lot of bureaucracy for nothing.
And here's the thing. This is a battle of ideologies, right? Because like Everborn, like you've just explained everything. You did a great job. All the scenarios, all the complexities of the decisions that are being made here and why. Trying to figure out why. Why is this where it is today? The thing is that the FTC has been assigned to do a task. They are not completing that task as they're supposed to. And it's being led by a person with an ideology that, to me, seems like she wants to overwrite the whole system. We need to reevaluate the way that this is done, and we're going to start setting examples, even if we lose in court. Understood. That's fine. If she's been given the power, I guess if she wants to abuse it that way, she can do so. I just want all of you to answer this one question for me, because I thought that this is what this is all about. If Microsoft, let's say that this acquisition were to go through and Microsoft would have said, Call of Duty is not going to release any more on PlayStation or Nintendo or Steam at all. Okay. We're going to keep it all to ourselves. Mm-hmm. Would PlayStation go out of business because of that?
Of course not.
Nope.
Would Nintendo go out of business? Would Steam? No one would go out of business because of this deal. So the part that's frustrating about it, right, is that, and I like what Brad here is doing, the argument that he's creating, their stance on it, is that now he's using what the FTC has put in front of them against them, because he's using their own arguments. Okay, so you guys don't want to use Nintendo as a player here. Okay, so now guess what? Now all of a sudden, Sony has a bigger piece of the pie. Now you guys, are you guys going to be okay with Sony owning 70% of the industry? Is that going to be okay with you? Oh, now you want to play these games? Okay, well, Sony has
Nintendo basically being an effective monopoly because in your world they're not part of the pie, so they're their own pie.
The thing is that this is again what's frustrating here. The way that I'm perceiving this is that Lena Khan does not want any big company, especially big tech, to make any acquisitions, and that's not the way that the world works, unfortunately.
Well, the thing is, though, because when we talk about these things, I don't want to make it fully about like the one individual, right? Because the reason they were able to move to sue is because the vote was 3-1, right? This is the vision that at the moment anyway, the Democrats have, and I'm not trying to be political, but I'm saying it's bigger than Lena Khan, right?
And to your point, Everborn, she has a boss. And the boss likes what she's doing, otherwise she would be replaced. She was there, like everything that Everborn has said. Her history. She was a law clerk. She has a thesis. It's all public. You can read it. She literally telegraphed what she's going to do when you put her in office, and then you put her in office, and she's literally doing what she said she would. So clearly, the boss likes the job.
And the other thing is, right? I know that we have a dog in this fight or whatever. And, we pay attention to the industry. So some of the things that people who don't usually speak on this industry say seem patently ridiculous to us. However, I don't think most of us would care if we had someone. We probably agree that big tech, especially companies like, Google or Facebook, have too much power and use that power or could use that power in untoward ways, and they need to be checked. So if we're on board with that view and a person who wants to kind of, put all of big tech on notice gets a deal in front of them that is the largest or second largest company in the world, depending on the trading day, that wants to buy the largest publisher in the world, they're going to have an issue with it. So for me, my view is if Microsoft has the right of it, and I believe in this case they do, then they'll be fine. But if the FTC is cracking down on big tech, I say more power to them.
I don't agree. I don't agree. And you just have to point to the way that the Brazilian regulators handled this. That is doing their homework. That is actually regulating and looking into that.
You know what, John? I will stand with Everborn a little bit on this. I agree with what you're saying, John, and you're right. But I think what Everborn is saying is that's the backdrop in which this case came into her lap, right? She was brought into this space to deal with big bad tech. And then a big bad tech showed up. Now, where I agree with you, John, is it doesn't matter what your mandate is when you came into that office. You must handle every case on a case-by-case basis. And even if you want to make the case of big tech bad, you must make sure that the evidence leads to big tech bad instead of saying big tech bad first and then trying to fill in the gaps later.
The same reason, and the thing is that the same criticism that we were giving Elon a little while ago, abusing that power, just blindly doing things. It's kind of like on the same energy level here, right? Where it's kind of like, okay, you have this company which, but by all means, okay, you have your concerns. You're looking out for the little guy, okay, whatever. Okay, so they're even willing to make these concessions with the biggest concerns, but you don't even give them. You don't even give them a chance. Time.
Yes,
you don't. It's like it doesn't make sense.
That part right there. That's what shows us that they're there for ideology and they don't fill in the gaps, right? If they,
and do you think that's actually okay though? I think the question for you guys would be like the idea of knowing that this is probably gonna fail, but I just want to do this to send you a message, to send everyone a message. Do you think that's actually
you know what, Ty?
You should do?
You know what, Ty? The funny thing about what you're saying there, at first, I thought, oh man, they have the poison pill here because. Yeah, we all know based on our own reading of it, based on all the experts that are coming that are weighing in on it, we all know that off the bat, Lena and her FTC don't have a case like fully when you go all the way through. But what they do have is the process, and they're gonna try and use that process to still get what they want, right?
Right.
So initially,
So to your point, a lot of people this is getting lost on a lot of people. I think they don't have to have a winning case.
Yeah.
If your goal is to stop the deal, you can gum up the works to the point where it becomes unappetizing to
which is exactly what they're
parties
doing.
involved.
But Everborn, here's the thing that surprises me, because I think I've talked to you about this. We've been back and forth about it, like how we think this will play out. And I was far on one side and I'm far, and it's back and forth because the tools that Lena Khan and the FTC used to try and thread this needle were so bad on the face of it that even other regulatory bodies had to step back and go, nah, player, we ain't with you. We're going to come in well, actually. Right?
They said, don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby, that's right. And because they have well, actually them, now I don't think that poison pill that Khan was trying to give them, they want to take. Right?
Well, I mean, even though all that, I think at the end of the day, and she said it herself, like, she doesn't care about losing cases.
That's
They're
right.
going there. I think that if this does actually make it to court, Microsoft doesn't drop out, and you know they'll try to appeal and try to stall and delay and all this other stuff.
Yep.
Like if they actually just lose, she still ended up doing what she wanted to do.
Sure.
What she wanted to do was to get big tech to now say, oh, wait a minute, if we acquire X company, we're gonna have to deal with this.
Yep.
And do we want to do that?
They want you. She wants you to have pause before you go forward with your decision.
To your point, SloMo, the idea is if we can do this to Microsoft, again, the second biggest company in the world, who actually has a good case against us, and still slow them down like this, what are we going to do to you, Facebook?
Right.
Yep.
It's the precedent.
But isn't it? And to that Facebook point, if this was Facebook behind this, would we be upset? Would we be in the same level of vitriol?
I would defend Facebook here, because if a deal makes sense, at the end of the day, a deal makes sense. If it was Sony had the money, if Sony had the money to do it, I would be saying the same thing, the same exact thing.
I wouldn't be as passionate because I'm not as enthralled with Facebook, but I agree that we would still care.
And Facebook actually is dealing with this right now.
True. Yes.
Does it actually matter though? So for example, like she's gonna be out in like 3 years. Like, isn't that the way you guys political system works?
It depends. Yeah.
As soon as that. Like, is the next administration going to keep her on? Is that the way it normally works?
Depends on the administration. Like, if another administration that's favorable to her chooses to keep her, they can. If they choose to, they can get rid of her. Even the current administration can choose to.
It depends on
if they think she did a bad job.
It depends too on the approach of whoever's making these decisions. Are they pro-business, or because the thing is that look, everybody agrees that there's a certain threshold here. It's not willfully turning your eye on anything. Can things always be revamped, reviewed a little bit better? Yes, right. But this is the extreme. Like there's ways of doing it, and from 0 to 100 is never good in anything. And I think that this deal is a casualty, like you guys are eloquently saying it. It is a casualty, and it's a shame, because what happens here is that it goes into an argument that and debate that's being had on Twitter, where there's a certain section of Twitter that believes that Ken Kutaragi and Sony wrote the Bible on competition in the gaming landscape, right? Oh, this is how you have to do it. Ken Kutaragi wrote it on its scripture. Nobody
on the parchment, on the ancient parchment.
It's like I get the point that, hey, you know what, Sony throughout 20 years has captured these devs, and they've organically grown. I get all that, and kudos to them. They've done
but that's
absolutely
also not
magnificent.
true.
That's also a misnomer. They did a lot of purchases in the beginning.
But the thing is, again, this misconception,
and in the middle and towards the end. But
that there's this Bible, that there's these 10 commandments of competing in the games industry. It's a little bit ridiculous. Every company is going to do the best thing in their power that they feel that, hey, this is the way that we can compete. Microsoft, they do have the advantage of the wallet. Okay, so they do have the funds. Call it if Activision's available and they're trying to grow in the gaming space. I just don't see why people are so against that. Like they're just like, oh, anyone but Xbox, anyone but Microsoft. Why? You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing at Nintendo right now.
You know why?
Yeah, and that's the part that it just doesn't make sense. So I think that just the overall, when you look at the landscape of this deal, I again, the question that I asked in the beginning is what everybody should look at. Would any of these companies go out of business if Call of Duty was exclusive? And that's it's simple. That's what's frustrating about it.
Well, this is this going to be a situation
Kermit
where
is being facetious here. I'm sorry, Ty. I'll let you speak. I hope Darth Kermit is being facetious. He says, "Stop the cap. Sony didn't buy any studios; they cultivated them." Go ahead, Ty.
So obviously, like this is her just going after big tech.
Yeah.
And I was just think, and it's to put big tech on notice, which sounds fair. But I guess I was just thinking, but in 3 or 4 years' time, if that administration leaves, and obviously, like it's just going to be a pause, right? So, for example, if this deal falls apart, well, Microsoft still wants to get a publisher, so they're just going to say, okay, fine, let's wait until this political party is gone, and then when they're gone, now we make a bid for EA or whoever it may be. Like, is it really going to like stop big tech from actually doing things as soon as she's gone?
Well, I'll take it a step further, right? Right now, again, it comes back to this Axon versus FTC case. And I know this started before she was in office, I believe. But the judges that are looking at this right now, we're talking about a Supreme Court that was filled with 3 conservative seats by the previous administration. You're talking about a Supreme Court that has, Amy Coney Barrett, right? They have Neil Gorsuch.
There's no way this
Brett Kavanaugh
goes up to there and it does not come through.
They got Thomas on there, right? So hilarious that his name is Thomas, but that's a conversation for another day.
You mean Uncle Thomas? Continue, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I didn't say that. You said that. But my point is, in the view of them also seeing the moves that the FTC is making now, right, under her tenure, while this conservative majority Supreme Court is seeing these headlines of those aggressive actions, while they're weighing, does the FTC has too much power? Is it possible that those aggressive actions could lead to the declawing of the FTC and have a negative effect versus what was intended?
I mean, that is if I can see a situation like that happen, and now we're heading into political territory. But I can.
No, I'm not talking about political. I'm talking about
no. But hear me.
Right? I didn't make any.
I can see that happen.
That is political because they're on the other side of the aisle from her.
That's right. Yeah. If this fails and they see it fail miserably, and at the same time another administration enters the fray, that could be what they need to then declaw the FTC, because look what she did with it. Right?
No.
I don't think a democratic.
Now.
I don't think a democratic regime will declaw the FTC, because this
that's
is
not my
in
question, though. That's not my question. I'm talking about the Axon versus FTC case.
Also, you're saying if it succeeds, now,
right? And I'm saying they are deliberating whether the FTC can have this administrative process before you can go to federal, right? So again, if they're looking at the statements coming out of the FTC right now, while they are deliberating on whether the FTC should have as much power as it does, are these aggressive actions going to influence them to say, yes, the FTC does have too much power? So these actions could actually have the negative effect of what
basically what Microsoft was doing, which was trying to be slow and quiet and calm down, because we don't want the FTC to see what we're doing while they're deliberating. Because Lena's out there with the mouth, and we're ready to just test it and waste money while the FTC's power is also being deliberated. They could take those words as, all right, we need to shut her down, and in doing so declaw the FTC as a whole. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Do these actions run that risk? Why? And again,
it depends on who's adjudicating that one.
Yeah, but you know who's adjudicating it, right? We know who the Supreme Court is made up of right now.
True. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
And
the
they are
Court
also
is basically
there.
Trump.
They're also there. This isn't just something that affects big tech. Like in the future, this could be something that affects big oil. It could be something that affects other rich organizations. And we gotta understand the kind of government that we have. It's not run to do things fairly for the American people. It's run to do things fairly for the people who got me into this position in this office in the first place, the people who paid for my campaign. Those are the people that I look out for. So, and that's across the aisle. That's whether it's conservative or liberal. They all back the people who put them there. And so, in that case, when you have judges who have been placed there by particular people who are of a certain political agenda, you gotta wonder. It's almost kind of like the whole filibuster thing. Like when it comes to Congress, it's like, oh, we got the filibuster is stopping this particular party from making the changes they want to make. But then when they have the actual ability to get rid of the filibuster, they don't do it.
Of course they don't,
because they want to use that filibuster too when they're in their opposite position. And so
hold on. Before we're heading to the end of this episode, but before we continue, I want to allow Mr. Infinite Umbra to step away because the man is at time. Umbra, I appreciate you being here, sir. I love seeing your rise. I love seeing your growth. You started on this show and you just went to the top. I appreciate you being here for 2022. We'll have you back in 2023, of course. But before you leave, why don't you tell the people where they can find you? As long as Elon is not stopping you, tell them the spaces they can keep up with your ongoings. And we're going to keep chopping it up with you in 2023, good sir. Go ahead.
I can tell Elon, my space is our safe space, so he don't have to dip out of there if he comes in there and join us. Just talk about gaming. I know he's a Halo fan, but hey, I just want to give thanks to you, of course, you guys, for bringing me on to my first official podcast, like you pointed out, and I've always taken it to heart, and we definitely have to get you two brothers over 1,000 without question. It has to happen. It should have happened long ago, actually. But just grateful not only just for my growth, but to see you guys grow as well, and also in the endeavors you all do outside of this. And it's always amazing to me to see how far all of us have come in such a short amount of time. Thank you to everybody in the chat too. A lot of people are in there support me and all over the place when I'm here. You guys can find me, of course, under Infinite Umbra or Umbra Infinite on Twitter. You'll find me either way. And you can find me on two shows, Xbox Factor on Tuesdays at 12 Eastern and the Xbox Infinite podcast on Fridays at 7 o'clock Eastern. And just much praise and thanks to you.
I like how you talked Riskit into making the show about you. Good job. Well done.
Yeah, that was all part of the plan.
Indeed, sir.
Yeah, but thank you guys. I gotta get going. I got some practice to get to.
Appreciate you, good sir. See you in 2023. Happy holidays, sir. We'll talk to you again soon.
You guys too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Love you, fellas.
So, final points. And then we're gonna call this because we're almost at 4 hours anyway. Before we get to our final points, I'm gonna put the last code in the chat. Game Pass Ultimate, 2 months. If you're a new user, go check that out. If you're an old user and you already have them stacked up, this won't work. You can try it, but it probably won't work. But give it a shot. I hope you enjoy it. Give it to somebody as a stocking stuffer for Christmas.
Yeah. So, or just real quick, I see J-Mo Money is in the chat.
He's here.
I just want to, because he's here, I would like to remind everyone that we wouldn't be going through all this nonsense. If
here we go.
Did somebody what they were supposed to do and buy.
Somebody mute his mic.
Well, I think that the next important point here, I don't know if you guys agree with me, it was the statement that Microsoft is the little guy in the gaming section, because that's apparently what caught fire was that statement that they consider themselves. Yeah, that they consider themselves the little guys.
No. I mean the community was crying when they heard them say that.
Right.
Like, people just didn't like.
It seems people really hate that idea because it's big bad Microsoft.
Right.
Like they could show up anywhere and they're the biggest thing in any room, which is technically not true.
I get the standpoint. The thing is that I think that we're just people that are on two sides of the fence here. There's people that are looking at it just from a games industry standpoint, and then there's people that are looking at it from the whole cow. You know, it's the whole thing. So, I mean, it's pretty common sense that everyone knows that Microsoft overall has more money than Sony. I think everybody knows that. The thing is that when it comes to the gaming industry, the way that I look at it, and why I do consider Microsoft to be the little guys in this sector is because if you get one developer, let's say that you were a developer, Kay Asante, you sat them down and with Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony, no other perks other than releasing a game on your console. They'll tell Microsoft first, get out of the room. It's going to be between PlayStation and Nintendo.
You're right.
Almost.
Or you're going to have to pay us so much money
or you're going to have to pay us quadruple the price that Nintendo or PlayStation would pay.
Exactly.
But that money that Microsoft would have to pay doesn't make financial sense anymore, right? Because if a deal has to make sense, which means there has to be an upside, meaning I have this exclusive, it brings me enough people so that what I'm paying for the exclusive rights makes me more money than what I had to pay to get it. And if you have to pay more than everyone else, doing an exclusive deal like that won't make financial sense. So you have to find another way to compete. And the thing to understand here is, like you said, people say that you should be competing this way. That is because they know, whether it is intuitively or cynically, that if you compete that way, Sony or Nintendo, yes, exactly. Right. Yes. And so you either have to say, well, all right, because some people on Twitter said I have to compete this way, I am going to now try to hire people who, as we can see, that's very difficult to do right now, to find the talent that's going to want to come here and then build up those studios and then have their trial and error period. Even though they're still doing that, we see the initiative, but we also see the troubles they're having there. So let's build up 5 or 10 more initiatives and give them about a decade, which is what it will take to get their stride to start building these first party games. Do that all the while losing more market share to your competitors. Right. So and then you're going to invest all this money to do that. You don't know which games will hit. So you'll lose money just in doing that alone. They say practically do that because we know it'll effectively push you out of the industry.
Go back to the end of the line. We don't want you to shortcut. And you can shortcut, but that's not fair. Go back to
I was going to say that I understand from a console perspective where they're coming from, right? And the reason why I say that is because if Microsoft doesn't get Activision Blizzard, I believe they're extremely competitive this generation. I believe Sony is sweating that. I think Bethesda, Obsidian, Ninja Theory, all these studios they have with Game Pass, xCloud, streaming, I believe that's their fear right there. I don't predict a situation where if Microsoft doesn't get Activision Blizzard, that is 2-1. I think Microsoft is extremely close with Xbox Series X and S.
You know what, though? You are right on that. You're absolutely right on that. I think that the reason why they are fighting the fight they are right now is not just because of Activision Blizzard King. It's everything that comes with it. Because like we were just describing here, if you sit in front of Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, or you're one of those and you go and try and grab a game, if you're Microsoft, you're paying in triplicate for something that others would pay.
Yes,
if they had Activision Blizzard in their stable, then the perception changes that they're also a competitor. And they might not have to pay as much as they normally do to get games in this.
Would you say that the reason why they're in this situation is due to their own failures? Because
Xbox One was no doubt about it.
Right, but here's the thing. The thing. Yes. Short of spending the $70 billion to build a time machine so that they could go back a decade,
this is the only way they can fix the problem.
You're either going to do this or you're just gonna
keep failing for 20 years.
Right. So listen, if they have the money to invest and they're investing it in the gaming industry, who cares, right? It actually doesn't matter whether Microsoft or PlayStation or Nintendo is in first place. What matters is that they're all making amazing content, right? And we get to play these things. So the people that are really like upset about this, they have yet to prove to me, like what John Wolf said, that Sony or Steam or Valve, or however you classify them, or Nintendo will no longer be able to compete. Who's in front doesn't matter. Right? Yep. Will they continue to be in business? Will they continue to be profitable? And that answer,
what you're describing right there, isn't that the mandate of the FTC and the regulatory bodies?
But it doesn't matter because what's fair doesn't matter, right?
In regards to the whole thought that like, well, you shouldn't compete this way, you should compete that way. They're actually doing both. They actually are. They are trying to acquire. You know, of course, their pockets is different than Nintendo's and Sony's pockets. So if Nintendo and Sony had the opportunity, they would try to acquire an Activision.
Absolutely.
You know, if Activision came to Sony instead of coming to Microsoft, because that's what they did. They came to Microsoft. Microsoft didn't come to them. They went to Facebook
that
first.
Context is missing in a lot of.
It's always missing because it kills narratives, right? Yeah, but like they came to Facebook first. Facebook said no. Then they went to Microsoft. If they would have went to Sony.
Facebook said yes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
If Facebook said yes.
Oh man, I think things would be awful right now if Facebook would have said yes, honestly. But it's just that they're doing this, and they're also trying to build upon what they've already acquired previously, as well as build up on studios that they created. The problem is that like, a lot of these people who make these narratives see that Sony can't do the same thing. They know Sony can't do the same thing. And so they say, oh, that's not fair.
Well, you know what else is not fair? You know what else is not fair, Slow-Mo?
What's that?
The fact that Sony owns a movie studio, which means they have access to movie and TV quality scripts, and they happen to have the best stories
and technology,
video gaming business, right?
Right. And that, yes.
They have motion capture stuff, right? So every company's going to use what they have.
The games are so narrative
they shouldn't be allowed.
So good
they should not be allowed to use their. They shouldn't be allowed to use their existing
assets and resources, right?
No, they shouldn't be allowed to do that because that's not fair.
And slow-mo. and one comparison that like I've seen a lot too is that the problem that I guess some people have too, a narrative that they use against these acquisitions is that they're worried that Xbox is going to drop the ball because 343 dropped the ball, and because you hear the delays of 2022 and such like that. But looking at it objectively, since they made their first acquisitions of Ninja Theory and all those other developers in 2018, if Microsoft really wanted to kind of prove a point that they are going to be releasing games only on Xbox, you would have had Psychonauts 2 be exclusive. That they would have already been delivering games just for Xbox from a while before.
But they would have bought out those contracts and said, instead of honoring it, we're just going to pay you some money to make you shut up, but we're just going to put this on our own platforms. Yeah,
So 2022 wouldn't be such a magnifying glass like it is now. No damage control. Them not having anything is unacceptable. Everybody is unanimously understands that, but I think that gets magnified, right? So there's this narrative out there that, oh no, but now Call of Duty is going to be just like 343. They're completely different studios.
Bethesda and Activision are going to forget how to make games just because they're
magically because Microsoft
and they're going to throw away their game engine to create a game engine that is completely inefficient and incapable of doing the content.
Haven't you heard, guys? As soon as Microsoft buys you, the mandate is you have to drop your engine and use slip space.
Right. Yeah. Even though the majority of their studios use Unreal Engine.
But I also want to know they should have bought out those contracts, some of them anyway. I think it was a mistake.
I agree.
If it was me, I would have did it.
You can't have Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo.
They should have been more aggressive. The PR ridiculous. Mea culpa stuff is getting a little too old.
But I think they should have done it. That may help them securing Activision. The fact that they honored them contract.
It could have bit them in the butt too, because they would have used that against them. Knowing Jim the way he is, that Phil Spencer can say what he had for lunch and he'll report it immediately to Lena Khan. I mean they would have used that against them for sure.
I don't think that would have had any effect though, because I think the FTC just was going to do what they were
Yeah,
going to do.
you're right. Exactly what I was about to say,
Going to
Ty.
do this regardless. Yeah.
Right? They didn't lie, and the FTC says they lied anyway. So
yeah, but here's
no
the
way.
thing. But here's the thing: she could do whatever she wants. The administrative law judge is going to say the right of this and judge what she said, and that administrative law judge has thrown out their last like 4 cases or something like that, right? So that's why Microsoft says they're still confident the deal will close in 2023, because they're expecting once it goes in front of the judge, it'll get laughed out of court. They literally made up a market of high-end game consoles, right? Yeah. They just made it up, right? So this is the last thing I want to say on this. People are mad at what Brad Smith said, right? They are. Look at the comments. There's hundreds of them.
Weird. I don't understand.
But the thing is, like, he is saying what he needs to say to you. Can feel however you want to say about it, right? In the same way, Jim Ryan has no obligation to accept the deal from Microsoft if he feels like he can get a better deal going through the regulators, because he has to do what's best for his business. Do you think that Brad Smith is supposed to come out there who's trying to close this deal and not say what is going to be best for his business? We just watched Jim Ryan say they're going to go out of business if they don't have COD.
Yep.
The same people that's mad at Brad Smith didn't have a problem because they said it's just business. So if it was just business, then
they're okay. They're okay with Jim Ryan being hyperbolic, but they can't stand when Xbox is hyperbolic. It is what it is.
Which is indicative of so many other conversations that we have.
On that note, we must end this conversation for 2022. Now, I keep saying this is the final live. I'm hoping we might have some recorded content that might be brought to bear here and there between now and the end of the year. But by and large, I should let all of our viewers and all of our listeners know that you will not see another live show of the Gaming Circle podcast until, let me see here. I'm literally looking at the calendar as I say it, until at least the 14th of January. That is the next time we will have another live show for you in 2023.
But we will
between
try
now
to
and
get
then,
some recorded stuff.
Yeah, between now and then, you might see some interesting things in your feed. But I want to spend some time and thank all the amazing guests that have been here today and keep coming back and have been here all year. Thank you, Mr. SloMoBackSlap. Thank you, John Wolf, and the returning champion, Mr. TayeTalks. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for being here. Ty, first and foremost, let's start with you. Tell the people where they can find you. Hopefully, our audience is following you. If they're not, they will definitely get all that information in our show notes to make sure they click on that link and follow you, because I love the stuff you do, and I gotta be honest, I just love the way you do it. Very smooth every time. It's awesome. I appreciate. I can sit there and just watch your stuff all day. Tell the people where they can find you, sir.
First of all, thanks for having me on the show again. Because it's honestly, like, last time was fun. This time as well, it's the exact same thing. So appreciate that, especially for the last show. So appreciate that. You guys can find me on TayeTalks. That's TAYE, and Talks TALKS. Video content is sci-fi, RPG kind of focus. So a lot of Mass Effect, a lot of Starfield analysis videos there. I mean, when Starfield drops, I'm gonna do a lot of that content. So
I can tell you're gonna go in on that. I can definitely tell. This man does introspective, has you thinking deep thoughts and narratives about Mass Effect versus like Master Chief, and I'm just like, who thought this was and it works. It's just so good. Well done.
Yeah, that was a fun video. Shout out to Boom for helping me out with that one too as well. Yeah. But yeah, so TayeTalks, if you like RPG contents, just head on over there.
Appreciate you being here, sir. Mr. John Wolf, how about you, man? You know, whenever we need the salt, whenever we need the slander, whenever Everborn needs somebody to back him up, or maybe to dash him, depending on what the situation. We call you, sir. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you jumping in. You know, we're going to do some things here and there. You know, as tech comes up, I'm sure you and I are going to tag team and do some reviews and things. Tell people where they can find you between now and next year and all the stuff you do.
Yeah, thank you for sending me an invite this morning, Kay. I really appreciate being on the show with Tay. I never been on a show with you and SloMo. I think we've been on a couple of shows before, but it was awesome, man. I could talk about this stuff all day, man, honestly. And thank you for giving me a platform to just give my opinions. At the end of the day, I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. It's just what I think. If you guys
are all digital receipts, man. When you're right, we'll come back later.
I mean, I really don't care. It's just what I'm feeling at the moment. So yeah, guys, hit me up on Twitter, strike up a conversation, Xbox, John Wolf, exactly how it's spelled there, PlayStation. Hit me up anytime, guys. I'm going to be playing a lot of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Halo Infinite. I want to jump back on, man. That season 3 looks like they may be finally turning the curve.
Changes have happened. It's gotten a lot better. Yeah.
I jumped back on. It's really good.
I jumped back on very briefly. Had a little
fun.
Tell me
them
in
sync
multiplayer.
issues are gone. Tell me them sync issues are gone.
Okay.
They did. I only did one match, but I didn't notice any desync whatsoever. It was a very successful match. I'll say.
Gotta jump into Forge. I haven't tested it out since it came out, so I definitely check it out.
We gotta hit each other up, man. That way we can get on there and keep the conversation going. So yeah, guys, hit me up anytime. Thank you, Kay and Everborn. Enjoy the rest of your weekends, everyone.
Thank you, sir. And of course, Mr. SloMoBackSlap, the man who always makes this show just a bit more slanderous than it usually is. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the visuals, man. Let me put this on the screen one more time for my video viewers. Yeah, that's right. That is SonicBackSlap right there, because them knees is mine. But that's neither here nor there. Tell the fine people where they can find you. Tell them where they can find you on DPS. Great show you and the legendary Gaming Forte put on every week.
Oh yeah, no problem. I had to be here, because of course we spoke about over a month ago when everyone was still running his mouth completely, like with zero any kind of evidence whatsoever that Sonic had any chance of beating God of War Ragnarok, and it was just like this day it had to come. So I appreciate being here.
I don't agree that this day has arrived yet, but please continue.
Oh, it will continue to arrive. Hey, you know what? If you really think Sonic is somehow going to have a sales burst in the next, 2 weeks and overtake Ragnarok, let's make a little bet. You want to if it doesn't happen, you gotta use this icon for a full month in January. How about it?
We can talk about that offline. We can talk about that offline.
Don't sound so confident, huh?
All of a sudden, Sonic Frontiers is all available, all family dollars across the
right. Now, great show as usual, great chat. You can find me on my YouTube channel, SloMoBackSlap, where I do a podcast with the homie Gaming Forte. Damage Per Second podcast, DPS podcast. We go live every Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We go back and forth, and we also have a DPS channel that we're starting to build up as well. So check that out as well. And I got some of the content. I'm finally getting back into the mode of making videos again. I did, like, the last video I did was like in March. I did a huge 20-minute review of Elden Ring, and I was like, man, that was good. I think I'm good for a while. And I just been playing games, but now I'm starting to kind of get my creative juices flowing again. So expect to see a lot of videos coming from me in the next 2 weeks. I got a lot of stuff I'm working on at the moment. So
fantastic, good sir. I appreciate it, and I'll be there watching it. And if you haven't been checking out any of the content from these folks, you definitely should be doing that. I will, as I said, I will put all those details in the show notes. Trust me, you follow these folks, they will give you so much content. I'm like, this is what I do all day. I'm working. I'm keeping an eye on Slow. I'm like watching him play his game every once in a while. I'll throw some slander his way. It's a beautiful thing. I love hanging out with you when you're doing your live stream. So I appreciate you for being here, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here every day, every week, consistently helping us get closer and closer to our goal. We're still gonna head in that direction, but this week's episode is done. You will see us again, like I said, on the 14th of January. But between now and then, you'll most likely see some other content as well. Mr. Everborn Saga, I know you and I have been talking in the background about some potential things that we're going to be doing. Tell the people where they can find you. What you got going on?
So since this is our last show of the year, there's a couple of things I want to talk about. I want to talk about the 2023 Everborn roadmap. So we are currently working on 4 books. That is Ariel's Adventure Chapter 2, which you've been seeing me post pictures of. That is The Redlands Chapter 2. That is Prince of Arcadia Chapter 5. And The Remnant, which is a new series we're launching next year. Chapters 1 and 2 will be released together. That will be over 100 pages. Prince of Arcadia 5, Redlands 2, and Ariel's Adventure 2 will each be over 60 pages. Those are all full color comics. And we are still in progress working on the game. I know I've been slow to show things, but I will have something to show soon. But as we are working through all this, I want everybody, if you're here, do me a great, huge favor. Go to everbornsaga.com. You can see what I'm talking about. You can see these books. I believe, and I'm not saying this just because we make it, the quality in terms of artwork, in terms of color, in my opinion, storytelling is up there with the majors, right? Look at it, prove me wrong, call me a liar. But we are going to launch a sale that is going to start tomorrow where you can get the entire Everborn collection. This is all the books we've released so far for $50, and it'll give you the whole collection. So if you haven't get it, just go to everbornsaga.com now. Look out for that sale. We're going to be launching it later tonight around midnight. And
I might have to buy that because my kids have gotten their hands all over the other ones.
This is what I'm saying. So this sale is going to be out. And I'm working with some people to see if we can do like discount codes for your favorite podcast shows. So you put those in, you'll get a discount on different books. These are all the plans for 2023. But please go to everbornsaga.com. And you can see the level of artwork we could do. You can see all those books. And like I said, I want to have a bundle that'll allow people to get caught up on the Everborn story.
It's shocking how high quality that your content is with how poorly your opinions are.
I love how he comes.
Crazy contrast.
He brings you a compliment and right away has to backslap you with the insult.
Slow-mo's like the human Sour Patch Kids.
Chef's kiss, sir. Chef's kiss. Nicely done.
Yes, but big
Uh-huh.
things on the Charger More shirt. They thought I was joking about that. I'm gonna
on sale for $29.99.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a green variant because
because it's about that time. It's about that time.
But yes, check it out. This is all the merch and all the things we have. But like I said, we're gonna be putting up a sale, and there's gonna be a special GCP sale, so you'll get a discount if you enter the GCP code. All that stuff is going to go live at midnight. We got a big thing. We want to do a big store push because that's the whole point. We want to sell these books. We spend like years making them and tens of thousands of dollars producing them. So we actually want to sell them, and that's where we do it at everbornsaga.com. So check it out. I got to do a better job on myself of promoting myself. I'm terrible at that. But that's my goal for 2023. So please help me out so we can make more books and do all this greatness.
Absolutely. And hopefully you have another. Are you planning on having another Kickstarter at some point? You want to start promoting?
We will. Each of those books are going to have their own individual Kickstarter. So when we get closer. Cool. But the thing to understand about Everborn Kickstarters, you never have to worry about getting it because I never do a Kickstarter until the book is done.
Yep.
Right.
So this is not one of those help me fund it. No. This is just you getting your book.
Yes, I take all the risk on the front end because I don't want people to like invest their money and they don't get it thing. Yeah. So if you see a Kickstarter from me, you're looking at a finished product, and the Kickstarter is basically to try to recoup the cost of making it. So that's a guarantee that we do with all our Kickstarters for Everborn.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an awesome show. We have had such a great time this year on this show, giving you all the great news and all the introspective conversations, and of course, a lot of the slander, which we enjoy providing you as well. Until 2023, when we'll be back hitting you with way more than we have been this year. And yes, as we do every year, we want to do some upgrades. So you're gonna see something new from us coming next year. But in the meantime, we hope you enjoyed yourself hanging out with us. There's still a lot of gaming news to be talked about. I know for sure that the Living Split Screen folks are still going. Go ahead, jump onto Living Split Screen and let them know that we sent you. But until next year, it's been real cool having this great conversation with y'all, and we will talk again soon. Have a good weekend.